InveSt Space unlock investment opportunities in the Indian space economy. On behalf of T-Hub and InSpace, I'm delighted to welcome investors, founders, policymakers, and the ecosystem leaders joining us today for this important conversation. India's space sector is at a defining moment, with regulatory reforms, increasing private participation, and strong entrepreneurial movement. The ecosystem is rapidly evolving across launch systems, satellite manufacturing, downstream applications, and emerging in-orbit opportunities. Today's workshop is designed to deepen the investor understanding, spotlight opportunities across the space value chain, and enable meaningful engagement between capital, capability, and policy. We look forward to a day of insightful discussions, practical perspectives, and new connections that can shape the next phase of the Indian space economy. To formally welcome you all and set the context for today's program, I invite Devi Reddy, Senior Director of T-Hub, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege on the behalf of T-Hub and AIC to welcome you all. This seems to me less like an event and more like a conversation that I think most of us have been having over calls, WhatsApps, and maybe sometimes heated ICs. But when a room like this gathers, it's not casual. Literally, capital flows. When I look around the room, I see people who have shaped capital cycles, who have built convictions when the markets were not ready, or written checks that literally defined industries. Standing here today, I'm quite assured that whatever the conversations we're going to have today will genuinely matter to the investments in this sector. 5 years ago, Indian private space economy was merely a line item. Today, India has moved away from only state-led space programs to over 200 plus private space startups, and I see some of our startups here as well. Policy reform through InSpace have fundamentally shifted the private participation in this landscape. Global economy or global space economy is to cross $1 trillion in the next decade. And India has publicly stated its ambition to significantly increase their share in this global market. Now, this is not an incremental change. This is a structural realignment. But not all structural opportunities become venture scale success. They do become when capital aligns and aligns with clarity. And that's why we are all here today. See, what we have seen at T-Hub, which is a wide ecosystem cross-section, with our 2,300 plus startups, 200 plus corporates, 170 plus investors in a very concentrated innovation space of over 5 lakh square feet. I had to talk about T-Hub a little bit. What we are observing here is a convergence. Space tech is no longer an isolated aerospace engineering. It is communications, it is climate intelligence, it is data infrastructure, it is defense readiness, supply chain visibility, and so on. And when sectors converge, we see that the value multiplies. Telangana and Hyderabad are quietly positioning themselves in this very convergence point, not by chance, but through deliberation, through policy, infrastructure, ecosystem building, and through partnerships with institutions like InSpace. And I'm honestly very excited to see how space has become an infrastructure now, through which generational startups are getting created. The objective for today is very simple. If you're an investor, we hope that you walk away with Lot of clarity beyond excitement into this sector. Clarity on where the margins are, clarity on where the value accrues in the space value chain. More importantly, are we underwriting the risk correctly? If you're a founder, then we hope that you walk away with sharp understanding of what capital needs to see, beyond, of course, technological excellence. Thank you, InSpace, for partnering with us, and thank you, all of you, for joining us today. We have a great lineup of speakers and panelists, but I encourage each one of you to participate and contribute to this conversation because we value all your experience and views immensely. It's an honor to host you all today. I hope you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Devi, for that address. And we now move on to the keynote session, Investing in Infinity, Opportunities, Challenges, and the Future of the Indian Space Economy. The session will set the tone by the day for examining where the sector stands today, the opportunities emerging for investors, and what it will take to build the globally competitive space enterprises from India. The former Air Vice Marshal D.V. Kote served as a fighter pilot, flying instructor, commander, and staff officer at the Air Headquarters during a distinguished 35-year career in the Indian Air Force, graduating in 1988 with the Sword of Honor from the Air Force Academy. He has flown over 3,100 hours on the variety of frontline fighter and the jet trainer aircraft in operational, instructional, supervisory, and leadership roles. He was the first Indian Air Force pilot to serve as a flying instructor and the examiner with the United States Air Force, and is Category A qualified flying instructor. He has also instructed at the prestigious Defense Services Staff College as a senior instructor and at the College of Air Warfare as the head of faculty in 2 different disciplines. His command appointments include a fighter squadron, a frontline fighter base, and aircrew examining the board of IAF. He brings rich experience in human resource management, policy development, and cadre planning of the Air Headquarters. AVM D.V. Kote was awarded the Vayu Sena Medal in the 2013 and the Ati Vishist Seva Medal in the 2019 for his distinguished services. The former Air Vice Marshal has written and lectured extensively on aerospace power, flying training, military history, strategy and operational art, human resource management, and leadership. Prior to joining InSpace, he served as the Director General of the Defense Space Agency. He is currently serving as the Director of Strategy Planning at InSpace, where he leads the Decadal Vision Implementation Program and the strategic initiatives aimed at achieving India's ambitious goals of the space economy. It is my privilege to invite the former Air Vice Marshal, Dr. D.V. Kote, Director, Strategy Planning at InSpace, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Roshna, for that introduction and the fastest doctorate ever. I'm going to come to T-Hub more often. So thank you so much. And thank you, Devi, for that, for those introductory remarks. A very good morning to everybody gathered here. Excited to be here. This is the 9th edition of the InveSt Space campaign that we've been running from my office along with my small team here. 2 of them are here. Let me introduce Nikhil Nanavati. Please raise your hand. Kishan Kumar, these are the 2 colleagues of mine from the InSpace Strategy and Planning Department, which we run. We started this campaign way back in 2024, so not that far ago, but in the last year and a half, the perspectives that we have gained have been plowed back into shaping and evolving this particular event. So what you see today is actually the evolved essence of the last 8 editions. Some of them abridged, some of them full-fledged, like the one you're going to witness here. We have been exploring the landscape, especially the space and deep tech landscape, for those pillars of the ecosystem which are going to see this through in the years to come. Among the many excellent partners that we have found, we discovered T-Hub a few months ago. We were impressed by the very excellent plans, strategies, and infra that they had in place. And that's how these conversations led to today's event. My presentation today is called Investing in Infinity, for a reason. If you look up into space, can't see the end. If you look at aspirations that humans brought to the area, no end. Can anybody seated here today say that I can see the limits of what we would be able to do in space? Not possible. The investors who are investing in space today are literally investing in infinity. India has jumped into it in a big way over the last few years, and I intend to bring to you those insights and perspectives which are ordinarily not available, because we sit at a vantage point as the national regulator and the national enabler for the Indian space ecosystem. So let me jump in without any further. This is broadly the scope of what we're going to talk about. A little bit about new space as the current state of the space ecosystem or industry is called. We'll talk about what space technology brings to man. Because frankly, if it has to be run on market principles, then it has to bring value to the common man. We'll talk about the Indian space reforms, which is underwriting the entire journey, which is gathering headlong momentum, and about the space economy opportunities and also the few challenges that are there. Before I conclude, and we have a brief interaction before moving into the even more important part. So let's start with space, which is currently in transition, new space as it's frequently referred to. So nearly 69 years now, it's a little over 68 years, since Sputnik 1, the first man-made object in space, was launched in 1957. Since then, nearly 7,000 launches, successful launches, over 17,000 objects placed in orbit, of which over 15,500, actually we're about to cross 16,000. These numbers change by the day, thanks to Mr. Musk. These many satellites in space. Over 12,000 of them still functional. Just look at the figures from 2020 to 2025. What were the number of satellites that were placed in Earth orbit and the number of launches? We're just talking 6 years, nearly tripled. That's the kind of pace at which things happen, nearly quadrupled actually. If you look at about 1,200 something to 45 something. That's the rate at which man is pushing stuff into space. So definitely there's something happening going on. This graph tells you the number of active satellites that have been launched from 57 to 23 from that little Sputnik 1. Just look at the liftoff in the last few years. If I go to 24, 25, that's way out of the graph. So if you look at the history of how space exploration has happened, you can divide it into 2 broad eras. The first one was driven by the military. It started in the Second World War. In fact, the first man-made object to cross what is technically called space, that's the Kármán line at 100 kilometers, was the German V-2 missile, which crossed to 106 kilometers on June 6, 1944. Then came the Cold War and the competition between the Soviet and the Western blocs. And so space was driven historically by military intent, by government money, by government direction. And civilians had very little to do in this whole process, except maybe participate as scientists, as engineers in a small community there. And then came the end of the Cold War, breakup of the Soviet Union, loss of all motivation really at the time to continue with the military momentum in space. And the technologies which had painstakingly been developed in this period started to trickle into the civilian domain. They started to be commercialized, they started to proliferate and enter our lives. And so now what we have is that not just the two superpower blocks, but multiple players in space, a multipolar space world. Civilians and private sector are becoming more and more important, entering space activity in large numbers. And you all seated here are part of that. Space services have proliferated. They have entered into every part of our life. Space sits in the palm of my hand in this and in yours. When we hail an Uber, when we call for a Swiggy delivery, when we're looking at internet, a lot of that comes from space. And here was born in these times, over the last 25, 30 years, something called a space economy, which never existed. So it is the latest in economic sectors, the kid on the block. And it's a globally competitive one because everything about space is global. Here's to give you a little perspective on what the world looked like in 1966. The ones that you see in yellows and oranges are the countries which had the ability to launch satellites, so those with rockets and those who were actually spacefaring in some way or the other. So that's the orange and the yellows are the ones who had any kind of space capability. 2020. 66, 20. That much of the world has gone yellow and orange. It shows you the kind of momentum and what's happening globally. So the nature of new space is a democratization of space. It is the trickling of space into your and my homes, into the palms of our hands, and into the common man's world. So space technology is spilled over, like we said, and the benefits to commerce and to the common man is what constitutes the space economy in which all of us are today playing a role. Just look at the numbers down there. The numbers will vary depending on which report you read. But if you look at where the space economy was estimated, somewhere around 2023-24, it's about $400 billion plus. And estimated to reach about $1 trillion. These are conservative figures that I put on the slide. There are other more aggressive reports which actually peg it at much higher figures and much earlier. So that's the kind of steady trajectory that you see building up over the next few years. And if you look at the global space technology breakdown, what is the space tech market? That's the graph on the right. You can see that the government sector, which dominated the initial years, has already shrunk and is just over 1/4. And the commercial sector is now something like 60% of the space economy. So that's the kind of transition that has happened. What does the future look like? Space commerce in a few decades from now is likely to dominate all of the Earth's economies combined. Let that sink in. Why will that happen? Nearly all countries would have stakes in space. This would be on the back of sophisticated small satellites and low launch costs. It's predicted that there would be over 60,000 satellites in space by 2030, 4 years from now. Some estimates put it at 100,000. Commercial space services will proliferate extensively, going more and more, and we will be quite dependent on what happens in space. The most interesting part, and this is the future which is already working around us right now, is that space activity would not be confined to what happens on Earth, but it is actually starting to look outwards. On the left-hand side of this picture is the Earth with all the Earth orbits there, and currently all the satellites that you have in space are earthwards looking for benefits to man on Earth. But the whole story is transitioning outwards. You have the moon there at 384,000 kilometers away, and the Lagrange 1 and 2 points are depicted on that slide. And we are starting to look more and more towards the moon, the cislunar space as it is called, cis-Martian space, asteroid mining, and further outwards. This will start first with resource mining on the moon. We may see this happening maybe over the next decade to decade and a half, initially starting with robotic colonies, transitioning to human colonies. This would be contingent on the extraction of water and fuel on site. You would recall that it was Chandrayaan-1, the orbiter, which actually detected the presence of water on the moon. And then there would be manufacturing and research in microgravity. Entirely new materials would come up, new drugs, new pharma. We don't even know where it's going. This is what the outer space economy may look a century or a little bit more than that. If a century looks very big to you, then let me just take you back 1 century. And somewhere in the early 1900s, 1920s, was when the first small liquid fuel rockets were being tested by the scientists. It's not very long ago, so that 100 years is not very small. So what you see here is the Earth, you see the Moon, you see an asteroid on the left, a little spacecraft there which is doing mining. You see a whole space transportation and logistics system going from Earth outwards, colonists, machinery, supplies all moving up and down. Resources are being mined, including fuels like helium, so that the Moon becomes the launch pad for further interplanetary travels and exploration. There are space colonies, there are fuel stations, there is power harvesting for Earth as well as for space. Processing of minerals and resources is happening in space in orbit, in facilities that would be set up. If all of this looks like science fiction, let me assure you it is not. There are companies sitting here right now, and some of them will speak to you today, who are already talking about taking the economy into orbit. So what does it bring us? And what's really changing around us? Why that altered trajectory? This is what the great man, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, had to say. This is from his speech at the inauguration of ISRO. And this is an extract from that paragraph, and where he says that we must be second to none in the application of advanced tech to the real problems of man and society. So whatever happens out there is not for its own sake. It's there for you and me. And how does that happen? And how do entrepreneurs, many of them sitting here in this hall, what are they doing and what are they building? And how do they bring the space technology for our benefit? We bucket the space technology area into 5 easy-to-understand distinct buckets. Launch segment, satellite or spacecraft manufacture, the ground segment, the downstream's application, which actually brings it and breaks it down for you and me, and in-orbit activities, the future that we talked about. Here's a very simple infographic to explain the space sector value chain. You'll often hear the words upstream, midstream, and downstream, and that's often not clear to a lot of people who are new to the sector, understandably so. So upstream is actually what gives us access to space. What's that? It's basically your launch segment and your satellite manufacture. That which takes you to space and that which puts objects in space. That is what gives you access to what is visible from space, upstream. The midstream is the ground environment, that which makes it possible to control satellites, to command satellites, to download the data, to process that data. So that's the midstream segment. And you can catch nothing of what's going on in space without the midstream. And then there is a downstream segment, which is the products and services that flow to the user end. The users could be the military, could be the government, could be businesses, and could be at the retail level, all of us. And this is what brings you services like your satellite communication services, direct to home, etc., Earth observation and remote sensing data products, and things like GPS, which is called GNSS or Global Navigation Satellite Systems, and all the equipment and devices and appliances that make it possible for you to utilize these services. So all the benefits that flow down to us on Earth come from 3 principal services: satellite communications, Earth observation or remote sensing, and navigation. And these are 3 distinct ones with different payloads, different technologies, but all of it involves information coming to us from space, which has to be caught by those devices, converted into usable services for you and me. So what does this bring? What's on the menu? In Earth observation, the information comes to us from a variety of different spectra. In the visible domain, you have the panchromatic, and then you have the multispectral, which is essentially sensing your red, green, and blue frequency bands. There is hyperspectral, which senses dozens or maybe hundreds of different bands. There is the synthetic aperture radar, or SAR, which is doing the sensing in the microwave or radio frequency bands. And there is thermal or infrared sensing, which is giving you the heat map, the temperature differences. So these are the ways that satellite payloads sense the Earth or the atmosphere, or looking out towards even space, and send us back that information, which thereafter has to be processed using appropriate algorithms to bring us usable information. What do you get out of it? For you and me, you get maps, like in this one. Map My India, the Mapples app, or Google Maps. DEMS, which is your digital elevation models, which is your three-dimensional maps, and I'll show you one in a short while. Monitoring and early warning of what's going on. That is what gives us early warning before disasters even strike. What's happening with climate and weather, etc. Planning. Where should I put up roads and railway lines? Where should I put up my cities and towns, etc., etc. Industries and so on. Digital twins. Using the knowledge of what's there on the earth to create a digital twin so that you can do simulations and you can test out theories, you can test out what certain contingencies may bring. Training of people, all of that. In satellite communications, you have broadcast, for example, your radios or your televisions, which comes directly from satellites. DTH, the little antenna we put on top of our homes. Two-way voice communication, data communications, internet and broadband, especially in the remote areas where terrestrially you cannot reach. That's what satellite communications brings us. What does it give us? Long-range connectivity into areas that are remote, into areas that are cut off, dispersed locations, island territories, etc. Even ships, even aircraft. And coming to the satellite navigation part, also called the PNT, PNT standing for positioning, navigation, and timing. Extremely critical. Actually, most of the global economy, the major part is PNT applications. Then SATCOM, and then Earth observation. And what does it give you? The ability to plan, especially in terms of timing, navigation, precise location, synchronization of networks from the timing principle, because these are atomic clocks which give you nanosecond kind of, and even less than that, kind of accuracies. And that is what goes into all the networks that we use. Your share markets, your banking systems, your electrical grids, all the switching that happens to transportation systems, all of these things require timing to synchronize the networks. What's unfolding around us in our times, and this is the story of our times, is not a single technology which changes. For example, if you go back to the Industrial Revolution, they talk about the steam engine, right? Or that loom, spinning jenny or whatever they called it. That one single device kind of changed the texture of how economies even worked. Not so anymore. We live in times where there are multiple different technologies coming together. And what they bring when they come together is very different from what they are intrinsically. So there are great transitions underway. And what are those? In space, there is a much greater variety of remote sensing data. There is a much greater volume. And that's coming to us because there are more satellites that are going up and larger number of payloads that are going up. The geospatial policy of 2022 is a highly liberalized one, which makes it possible for people, for companies, for industry, for anybody to actually access the archival data of ISRO, for example. The course data above 5 meters resolution is free for anybody to tap into and use. Anything less than that is available at a small cost. Low Earth orbit satellite communications, the kind that's coming to us from Amazon Kuiper constellations, from the Eutelsat OneWeb, in which India has a stake through Bharati Mittal, and also Elon Musk Starlink. This brings us low latency, which means very short time lost in between communications, high throughput, and going to all the remote and inaccessible areas. So villages that have been cut off, don't even have a road leading there, a motorable road leading there, will have SATCOM. That's the kind of power it brings. And then the user applications are coming with unprecedented power. Why? Because of the higher compute power that's available today. Because of the AI and ML kind of analytics, which are growing by the day and which are going to bring you decision support systems, predictive analysis, ability to judge with a fairly high level of assurance what's likely to happen. And that allows you to prevent wastage, prevent damage, do disaster prevention or disaster mitigation well before it happens. Money saved, money earned. And this works for governments, it works for militaries, it works for industry, it works for businesses, it works for you and me as well. This is just an idea of what space applications can bring and the wide variety of sectors in which there are applications. Okay, in our own office, we've identified over 30 sectors. This is just a small glimpse of what there is. So extremely disparate areas which you would never connect to space technology all stand to gain by the utilization of space data. All we have to do is build the infrastructure. Okay, I talked about digital elevation models. So when all of these things that I'm talking about are put together with the sat-nav systems, with the three-dimensional maps, and the features thereon, whatever layers of information you have put, this is a real three-dimensional simulation of a disaster that happened it was called the South Lonak Glacial Outburst. And there was flooding because of the glacial outburst in Sikkim. Could you just run it from there? Just tap on the start. This is what would be available to the most technical challenged person in governance without needing anything at all. The red areas you see are the ones that got inundated. The ones in brown are the ones that stayed above the glacial flows. This is the kind of simulation you can do before a thing happens. This is what you can use while it's happening so as you can take the relief to the right places without wasting any time. That's the kind of power that space technology, properly harnessed through appropriate packages, can bring you. Here's a glimpse of something that an Indian company has been making for years, and this is SATCOM. Okay. They have something on the left-hand side. There are 3 different devices here. Out here is something that works like a satellite phone. So it converts, it's a sleeve that converts your normal Android phone into a satellite phone. Okay. In the middle is something like a pager. So it's a small device that you carry. The satellite speaks directly to you. Anybody can feed stuff, and in a broadcast fashion, that is, it comes down. So imagine troops who are cut off in the border areas, Siachen, or in forested areas, or villages that are cut off. You can actually send them information, send them instructions, send them warnings as a one-way thing. And then there is, a combined thing which involves your GPS and other GNSS satellites along with satellite communications, which can be platform mounted or man carried. So something that would help so many of the government agencies and even industries who are in far-flung areas. And these are things that have been created by the Indian industry as we speak and have been around. You and I can use them. Let's talk about the space reforms. On the left is an iconic image, 1963, Tumba. And that's the fairing of the first rocket that was launched by ISRO going, on a cycle carrier. There's another such picture, I wonder if you've seen it, which has a fairing being carried on a bullock cart and going to the launch site. Those are the beginnings, okay? The Indians do things differently, all right? So we go to space on a bullock cart, and we still do it, right? And then 2023, that's your LVM-3, the launch vehicle Mark III. And that's the kind of transition a very third world country with very, very modest means was able to achieve through frugal engineering, through just sheer brilliance against extremely uphill conditions. So hats off to ISRO for doing what it has done till this time. And now what? Now we take it beyond ISRO. So ISRO becomes the foundation and the bastion, and now the whole floodgates have been opened for the private sector to come in. So this is what the Honorable Prime Minister had to say when the space reforms were announced. Said when the strength of the government space institutions, that's your ISRO, and the passion of India's private sector meet, not even the sky will be the limit. Infinity, right? So this is the vision for the space reforms. It became very clear that there was a space economy that was developing all around us, especially in the West, Europe, the US in particular, but also Japan, the Korea starting to make some changes. And it was very clear that unless we jumped into it, we are likely to lose our place in it. So India must claim its share of the global space economy. That was very clear to the government. But government can't do commerce, not at scale anyway. And therefore it became very clear that the power of the larger mass of the population must be unleashed. The talent, the numbers, the institutions, they all need to be harnessed if you want to make a mark in the global space economy and claim our place at the head table. And so, this was what the government decided. The paraphrasing is mine, and which essentially is, what it means, is that the private sector will have unfettered, freedom to participate in the space economy and across the entire range of space activities. So it was not just the vision. The government followed up very rapidly with actions on the ground. Even before the reforms were announced, NSIL, as the commercial front-end of ISRO and as a PSU under the Department of Space came up in 2019. In May 2020, in the middle of the lockdown, was when the Honorable Finance Minister made the announcement about opening up of the space sector, the space reforms. October 21, InSpace came into being as the national nodal body and the regulator for the space sector. In April 2023, this was rapidly followed up by the Indian Space Policy 2023, small document available on the net, very succinct, very clear. By February 2024, were released the revised FDI guidelines, which liberalized FDI, indirect route up to 74%, direct route 74%, indirect 100% possibility. The Space Activities Bill, which will give us a space law, is currently it's already crafted. It's now in the kind of final stages. And very soon, probably in this year, we will see a space law coming up, giving the ability to enforce things. This is how the Indian space tech startups have grown. There was only one in 2012, 2013. We just crossed 400. Most of them have come up in the last 5 to 6 years since the reforms were announced. Kind of 50x in less than a decade. This kind of growth is unprecedented anywhere in the world. That's the kind of energy that Indian startups have shown. Here's just a sprinkling of what's there today and the companies that are active in the space sector. In launch and satellite manufacture, in spacecraft and payload systems, ground systems, in-orbit and outer space, space data applications, and the downstream area. So over 400 startups, 40x in 6 years. ISRO vendors are moving rapidly up the chain. Those who were merely component manufacturers for ISRO at a time are now rapidly going up the chain to become end-to-end manufacturers themselves. In funding, over $600 million have been generated in the last 5 years. This last year, 2025, was the maximum we've done, about $160 million. Valuation of the top 10 companies exceeds $2 billion as we speak. There is a good, robust revenue pipeline. A number of our companies are already actually providing assemblies, components, and products, even in the global market. And we have global clients. So anybody who thinks that the Indian space sector is a lightweight, think again. Here's some of the major milestones, not all of them. There's not enough space to put all of them there. But rocket building, Skyroot, likely to launch within the next month or so. We have Agnikul coming up with the world's first 3D printed rockets, and that's their 3D printing, largest 3D printing facility in the country, in fact, in Asia. And the static test of the Skyroot going on there. Dhruva Space, Sanjay Nikant is seated here. Tata, Azistas, Pixel, Hex20, Digantara, all of them making their mark over this last couple of years, and a lot more in the pipeline in the coming. Here's something interesting. In addition to what the government is doing in terms of policy support, procedural support, incentivization, etc., these are the different national missions which are being pursued, and not all of them are there. I've left out, for example, the Quantum Mission and a couple of others there. But Mission Digital India, Mission Mausam, the one about weather, DigiPin, which is going to make it possible for drone logistics to bring your mail to your door or to your window in the not too distant future. Krishi Decision Support Systems, Gati Shakti, over 1,000 layers of information, soon to be made available to the private sector as well. The National Geospatial Data Repository, a kind of a unified ICT framework, Operation Dronagiri, which is currently underway, and there are so many more. And all of these have a space connect. So space technology and products plug into this, they feed into this, and they also feed off some of the things that are going to come of it. So there's a kind of internal synergy that the government has enabled, is something everybody should take notice of. Let me come to my organization. So InSpace is short for Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, set up as the nodal body. It's an autonomous body attached to the Department of Space. It is led by one of the great patriarchs of the industry, Padma Shri Dr. Pawan Goenka. Most of our people are ISRO people on deputation or employed. And there is one Fauji, and there is one IAS officer, a JS, who looks after the administration, finance, and legal aspects. This is our fourfold mandate: to promote the industry, to authorize the activities of the private sector in space, supervise the activities of the private sector in space, and to enable the young startup ecosystem. How do we enable? These are just some of the salient initiatives and projects that InSpace has put into action. InSpace is the conduit through which transfers of technology take place, mature technologies by ISRO over the years, these technologies are being passed on to the private sector to productionize, to commercialize, to utilize. Over 100 have already taken place. Space manufacturing clusters, currently there are 6 states with plans for space manufacturing sectors, manufacturing clusters. 3 of them have got an MOU with InSpace, and InSpace will be handholding the state space policies as well as the construction and the infra development in these areas. We have a design lab, a full-fledged design lab and a technical center with facilities at a very low rate, co-working spaces. So a number of startups come in, they operate out of that space. Technology Adoption Fund, which is basically a bridging fund to take something from TRL 3.4 to a TRL 8.9 level. We give the money. Okay. Transfers of technology, an example is the SSLV. So not just, small processes or small, component level stuff, but entire rocket designs have been transferred. The private industry is also going to be manufacturing the next 5 PSLVs. That's the L&T HAL consortium. And they're also going to be part of the NG, the new generation launch vehicle, the much bigger one. Through a PPP model, an Earth observation constellation has been handed over, contract over, with a private sector consortium. Some of the partners are sitting here. We have seed fund schemes for the young startups, and we have also enabled a 1,000 crore VC fund from the government. It's about $120 million to be spent over the next few years. So government investing in the private sector. And if you've heard of it recently, and this is not InSpace is doing, but Startup India just came up with its, the second fund of funds, Startup Fund of Funds, 10,000 crores. Okay, and the first one, again, which was 10,000 crores in 2016, led to an infusion of over 25,000 crores into over 1,370 startups. Okay, so that's the kind of push that the government is doing. It's not very visible, and sometimes we forget that there is so much happening, so much in terms of tailwinds. The RDI you have heard of, 1 lakh crore rupees for research and development initiative. Similarly, the ANRF, the Anusandhan National Research Fund under the Department of Science and Technology, nearly 1 lakh crores waiting there for innovation purposes. So that's the kind of tailwinds that we have today. One of the first things that InSpace did, because it was a time of great confusion, was to do a study, and this was done with PwC as the partners. It was a 10-month-long study, and it came up with the Decadal Vision Report. It's there on the net, again, a succinct and a short one. And this is the vision, which is given on the right on the slide here, which is the vision for the decade being about 2023, when the report was released, to 2033. And through this vision, there are 2 broad missions that flow out of it. One is a revenue mission for a $44 billion space economy by 2033, and the second is an ecosystem mission. And currently what we're doing here today is part of the ecosystem mission, which will lead to the 44 billion mission. Here's some broad breakdowns. So in 2022 figures, the Indian space economy stood at $8.4 billion, which was just 2% of the global space economy. Kind of terrible, right? And the aspiration and the estimate, there is some maths and science behind this, not very perfect, but it's there. And the estimate is that we have the potential to reach $44 billion from that 8.4 over a period of 10 years. The first graph are the same figures as the second one, but broken down into upstream, midstream, downstream, which everybody understands now. The aggregated CAGR required is about 16%, and the upstream, midstream, downstream CAGRs are given on the right of the column. Just note the light blue figures, $32.1 billion, which is to come from the downstream. Okay. And the graph on the right are the same broad figures, but broken down into the domestic and the export part. So we expect that up to 1/4 of the total revenue by 2044 is to come from exports. So our penetration in the global markets, our being globally competitive, is part of the strategy and not a wish. This is the further breakdown. I'm not going to really go into individual figures. So this is broken down into 3 broad tranches. The first 3 rows are space for Earth. That is what gives you the services we talked about, Earth observation, navigation, communication. Then is the access to space area, the upstream portions and the midstream portions. And then the last is the space for space, which is really the orbital and space economy. So over the decadal portion, which is now about 7 years left, these are the kind of figures that we estimate we should be able to reach, and the CAGRs there. Here's something interesting. $32.1 billion are in the first 3 rows. That's 74% of the total economy to come from the products and services in the downstream. This is what my office does. We craft the strategy. We try to look at the service gaps. We try to study the global environment and what's happening there and how it's going to impact us, and to build the strategy that would take us to that 44 billion, as well as build the ecosystem that we want. So 3 broad strategy pillars. In the first one are those things which will actually make the money. There are 7 of them there. Launch, satellites, ground and mission ops, Earth observation, SATCOM, SATNAV, the services part, and the in-orbit economy, because that will also start generating money, hopefully within this decade. Ronak is sitting here to do that, right? And then we have the ecosystem enablement. That is what will build the ecosystem. What do we need? We are so compartmentalized. In this hall, I'll guarantee you that there are people sitting and doing things that the rest of the people don't know anything about. We are so fragmented, so compartmentalized. It's a shame. So one of the first things we need to do is to connect with each other and know what we are doing within the country itself. Today, there are people who are going out to buy an ADCS from Spain and something else, reaction wheels from South Africa, when there's somebody else making it in another gully, in another town in this country. So the first thing we need to do is plug those information gaps through information flows, the most critical thing. Technologies, technical facilities, finance, talent development, guidance and mentoring, policy and regulatory framework, extremely important, supply chains and assurance and security of supply chains, and then the manufacturing itself. So that's our prescription for how to build the economy. And there are lower order initiatives and projects and action plans under each one of these. This is the broadest picture I can give you. And then there are certain catalysts which will spur and bring greater energy into it. Demand generation, for which we run a separate campaign, done 10 editions already with government, state, central, as well as the industry. International collaborations, we have to penetrate the global markets. And a space culture which will underpin all of this by creating the next generation of talent. Let me come to the opportunities. We talked about 400 billion plus somewhere around 2020-ish or whatever, projected to reach about $1 trillion by 2040. Some estimates put it at about 2035 itself. India at about 8 billion, and with a current share of probably today, it must be about 2.5, 2.7. And so look at the opportunity, the massive opportunity to bring it up from 2% to a larger thing. What are the opportunities? There is a huge opportunity in manufacturing. Without the infra and manufacturing, we are not going to really be able to go ahead. And that will happen from small startups to large industries. The services part, user applications, and look at the larger, opportunities there. The green economy, which is your entire agriculture, food processing, and all of that portion. The blue economy and the marine economy, urban planning, etc., etc. Climate resilience, that's the thing of the future. And then exports. Let me come very quickly to the 3 services sectors and the major ones, and what are the value propositions. So the investors sitting in this audience, this is where you take note in particular. These are things that are not easily available, in broken down form like this. So when you come to the Earth observation part, you have the space segment, that's your satellite sitting up there and generating the data. You have the ground segment where data acquisition takes place, where TTC operations take place, also the processing, etc., etc. And then of course, it goes to the data management and dissemination systems. That's your data centers, data archivals, networks, security, all of that, encryption, all of this. Each one of them has a revenue model around it. Each one of them carries the potential to make money. And then of course, there is the downstream applications part where this data gets broken down into applications, some of which I alluded to earlier in the presentation. Market potentials, which we saw in that big table out there, and quite a massive opportunity there. In satellite communications, what are the value propositions there? Because some of you are going to have companies coming up to you looking for investments into some of these areas. Next time you see them, you'll have a context and a background with which to view them. So there is scope in satellite production and SATCOM capacity itself. Another Technologies, which is also Hyderabad based in addition to being Bangalore based, is the first Indian company which has got the contract to produce the first Indian satellite communication satellite. Can you believe it? The first Indian SATCOM satellite will be built and be up by about 2028-ish. All this time, the satellites which gave us SATCOM were foreign ones, still foreign ones. In addition to what ISRO, of course, has generated over the years. There's a space segment. On the ground, there are the hubs and the gateways. That is what receives and then disseminates all of that information, and user-level terminals. When you have something like your Starlink or Kuiper or these ones coming in, There are going to be small devices, VSATs, that will be required on top of every building. Okay, so you're going to require literally lakhs of pieces. That's the manufacturing opportunity that is waiting to happen in India. Shall I tell you another shameful fact? We don't make the electronics that goes into all of this. Everything that is made today in India, it may be assembled in India. The heart of the system, the electronics, comes from abroad. So what are we waiting for? Let's get after it. Between the innovators sitting here and the investors, we ought to be able to crack this. Shameful for India to be dependent on something so strategic. And then expansion of existing, facility. For example, cellular, cell phone networks through SATCOM, broadband, in-flight and marine. Air India has recently enabled that. You can now get data in flight that comes from satellite communications, right? And then similarly on ships, which are always cut off from the terrestrial networks, right? And then IoT, Internet of Things, direct to device, all of those. So expansion of what is already there, but in small numbers, and doing that part. And then there are certain futuristic and new space kind of solutions, very high throughput satellites, the higher bands, V band, E band, Q band, exploiting those. It requires R&D. And then the non-GSO, which is your low Earth orbit and your medium Earth orbit, satellite communications and broadband coming from there. GNSS, like I said, globally, the highest amount of revenue currently is generated by GNSS-related systems. It has penetrated into every part. A few sectors are there on the slide. There is no area which is today not impacted by having or not having GNSS. The opportunity for the industry is in making the solutions at the user end. Okay. As Director General Defense Space Agency, I was part of the meeting in which we decided that the space segment of NAVIC, our own indigenous one, will be owned by the military. So the military will pay for it. Nobody else has to pay for the space segment anymore. ISRO has already built the ground segment. The military will be paying ISRO the rentals or the fees for those services for operating the ground networks. So all that the industry has to do is to exploit something that has been handed over to them on a platter. Not just NAVIC, but multi-GNSS chips. Okay. I coined a term called G3I. I'm very proud of it. Okay. That's GPS, Galileo, GLONASS, and the IRNSS. So multi-GNSS chips, because we now have the L1 band also available, is possible. So the industry needs to just step up and make those user-end solutions. In SatNav, so what are the value propositions? GNSS satellites, making them, or making components, GNSS receivers on the ground, user devices, right? That's the hardware part. On the right-hand side are the user applications, which is for you and me, the mass solutions, and also for integrated solutions, platform-based solutions. For example, the SatNav precision systems chips need to be in every guided weapon. The stuff that went and hit in Op Sindoor recently, a lot of those missiles have these in it. How many weapons? There'd been millions. How many vehicles? The Honorable Mantriji Gadkari Sahab has spoken about how FASTag will be done away with because every vehicle in India will have a NAVIC chip. How many vehicles? How many chips required? How much of integration required? Look at the scale. We are talking over 1/5 of the human race sitting in this country itself. Plus, being able to take NAVIC outside. The NAVIC's footprint is from East Africa to the northwest corner of Australia, all of the Indian Ocean region, and up to Central Asian republics. So why not spread it in the neighborhood? We can give them more accurate services than GPS can. These are the kind of value propositions in the launch segment. Launch vehicle manufacturing, everybody's aware of. But the propellant manufacturing, the body casting, and some of those heavy-duty items, that is something industry needs to get under. Launch services, launch pad management, tracking services, mission control for launch. Tomorrow it could be, private sector which is doing this, and a number of other value-added ones. Here are the kind of things that are possible in the outer space economy. I'll let you go through that. Microgravity R&D, number of Indian companies getting under that. Re-entry, reusables, space robotics and rovers, human habitation and everything that goes with it. Just imagine if you were to put a man who has to survive on the surface of the moon for a few weeks, you will require the habitats, you will require power generation, food, water, oxygen, clothing, communications. Just look at the number of areas in which there are opportunities. You will require a GNSS system, orbital system for the moon. And then, of course, 1/4 of our economy we plan to bring out of the global outreach part. Today, going from two, those Soviet and other blocs, today there are 100+ states who fly their flag on satellites. 11 entities with launch capability in the world. There are the spacefarers, and then there are space aspirant states. And there is scope to collaborate for India on both sides. Vision implementation, because this decade is a very fragile one. It's pregnant with opportunities, and if you lose the race here, you go back a long time. And that's why we need the money to flow into the space sector. That's where we need to get the first mover advantage. So the entire global south is a place where India has got great credibility. It's a space, aspirant area which wants to use space but doesn't have either the money or the technology or the expertise to do so. So that is where India can get in and build opportunities. Strategy already in place, a lot of things happening there. Let me come to the finance part. Nothing's going to happen. You remember that old song, Raj Kapoor movie, Sabse Bada Rupaiya? He said it, right? Okay, here's the story of what has happened as far as the Indian startup ecosystem and the kind of capital infusion that has been taking place. So very, very low figures to start off with. Just look at the last 2-3 years. And something very interesting happened in 2025, in the period 23 to 25. So the yellow graph is your, total number of rounds, funding rounds that have taken place. And the blue bars are the amounts. So what's happened between this 24-25 period is the number of rounds have come down, but the amount has gone up. The end figures are yet to land up with us, but we are exceeding about 160 million as of our estimates for the day. What that means is that Indian investors are starting to warm up to bigger ticket sizes. We are probably at a turning point, but we need a lot more. Is everything hunky-dory? No. Government's doing its best. The industry is going flat out. InSpace is working overtime. Many other pillars of the ecosystem, academia, everybody. But we have challenges. We have some distance to cover. We have good capabilities. A lot of them in the labs, but not good capacities. So we got some excellent stuff in the lab, but we can't make 1,000 copies of it over a year. So the capacities need to go up. We have a lot of smart people, not enough in the space sector. We are techno-savvy as a country, but we're still missing some niche technologies. Someone needs to do that. R&D, testing facilities, we're short on a lot of the basics. And a lot of effort is going on incidentally, and we can have conversations on that during the rest of the day. Regulatory frameworks being worked upon, the defense side, MOD has just come up with the new DAP, making it easier and easier. Procedures, policies, everything needs simplification. Funding. There is a big question mark, and one of the criticisms of the Indian investor community is that, they're okay for seed fund. Seed fund is not difficult to get in India. When it comes to growth, we have to go to the GICs and the Temasics and the therapy. Why? There's enough money in India. And it's the investor community that assures me every time there's no dearth of money. So what stands in the way? Probably just ignorance. Probably just lack of comfort and familiarity. And that's the reason all of us are sitting here today. A phrase that I'll borrow from what Devi said earlier. So this is the convergence of capital and clarity. So don't walk away from this day without having got the clarity that you need. If ISRO is where the story started, and that's what built India's space story over 7 decades, then we have InSpace, which is now trying to accelerate and help and enable the private sector. Okay, the second I, the biggest I being I for India. And now we have the industry, which is stepping up in big ways. The industry is manning up in ways you can't even imagine. I think the rest of the ecosystem needs to grow up in the same manner. That's a third I. And the innovators. For a long time, our industry was trapped in a paradigm of what I was talking to Rakesh a little while ago. In a quote that I read in a newspaper article in 2003. Okay, and it was a woman entrepreneur, I'm forgetting the name now. But she said that Indian industry is trapped in a paradigm of satisfactory underperformance, built to print. And it's the innovators who are going to break that shackle. And the fifth I, and a very critical one, is the investor. And I believe that the investors are going to change how the script gets written in the coming future. And these 5 I's are what's going to write the space future for India. In summary, there is no question that space is transformational. It brings you benefits, it brings you a lot of different things. Resilience, profits, all of it. Investment opportunities abound like never before, whether it's in manufacturing or in applications or in operations themselves or in providing services. The future is calling us. There are huge opportunities and great tailwinds. No sector in the history of this country has ever had the kind of tailwinds that the space sector has today. The iron is hot, like we say, and this, as we would say in the armed forces, is a call to arms. If we don't see it now, we'll never see it. If you want to make India a dominant space power, which we will, we have to collaborate, whole of nation. All of us need to come together. So those are the perspectives and a few data points that I wanted to share with all of you. Let's have great conversations in the day ahead. I'll open up for any comments, questions, queries anybody's got for a short time, and then we'll move ahead into the even more important part and the most exciting part of the day, which is when the founders, the practitioners stand here and explain what happens in their sectors to all of you. Gentlemen there. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, sir. I'm happy for asking you this question. Just referring the last line, collaborate to dominate. So I will start my question. It is a little bit long question, but you are the perfect person who can answer it. In future, and looking at the need of Indian space defense, will have the separate space force like the US is having the space force to handle the space defense. And I think right now the space related operations are getting managed by the Indian Air Force, which is playing the role of space force here. And if there will be the space force as a independent branch, then what will be the entry points for it? IF is having the shortage of many officers, many planes, just like that.
Does this question relate to the space economy?
Yes.
Well, I'm wearing that hat today, so.
Yes. So just to avoid that all things, so what we as a private player can do so that it will be the better than all the scenarios we have faced till now in the other forces or in the other innovative streams which are happening in the India. So that's it, my question. Thank you.
The essence of your question, thank you for your question. Please sit down. If I gather the essence of what you're saying is, how does the private sector participate in whatever military space activities that happen in the future? Okay, whether we create a space force or not will not matter. Okay, the structural issues are the military's own, area. What remains is that we have a defense space agency, which will one day morph into a defense space command. And the operations that it already does and will be doing in future will require a massive amount of private sector innovation and manufacturing. So the scope is just absolutely mind-boggling. Okay, I know some of the figures of estimates because we were part of crafting the capability development roadmap. I'm not at liberty to disclose them, but over the next 10 to 15 years, there will be pretty good orders that are likely to come from the military establishment to the private sector. Okay, so there's a lot that the private sector can do. Rakeshji, go ahead.
Hello, this is Rakesh Jain representing one family office from Hyderabad. My question is related to from the investor's perspective. 3 things I'd like to state over here. One is that can we have the liberty of having something like deep thesis on the space economy? for us to take a call in which direction the things are going, deep thesis. The second one is in terms of demand aggregation, which government is projecting. So it says something like haziness. Okay, that needs much more clarity so that the investor's appetite can be germinated. Okay, third one is for the deep tech industry innovations and the funding. If there is a possibility of having zero tax, either short term or long term tax, so that the investors community at least think that, okay, this area, government is also giving much more than the simple tax regime. So these are the three areas off the cuff I'm just suggesting. Over to you, sir.
Great questions. Thank you, Rakesh. So very quickly, your first question on forming a thesis on the space area. In our interactions over the last year and a half or more with the investor community, we found that different investors have different preferences. So a common thesis may not really work. Different things excite different people. There are people who are excited by the launch segment. There are others who are looking at perhaps the applications area or something else, right? What we can do, however, and which we do, is to provide the information that will allow different investing houses to make informed decisions and to form their own thesis. Okay, we can, through our discussions, and my office is the point of contact office for everything to do with access to finance. So we can help you to refine your thesis. And we've done it with some in the past. In addition to that, let me also tell everybody here that if you go to the InSpace digital platform, that's what our website is called, you'll find that there is a particular tab there, which is called InveSt in Space. It's like an investor corner where we have a certain cache of information, for everybody to just visit, including presentations made at events like these. All of this information is available there, and you're most free to just call us up and have a chat with us. Because there are really no firm one-way, theories that will work for everybody, right? And so the different people have to take their pick. Appetites are different, ticket sizes are different, all of those things. Second question on the demand part. You're absolutely right on the haziness of the government demand. Because even the government is learning on how to tread this path right now. So in the demand generation drive that we do, which again is intended to remove that veil of ignorance which comes in the way, because the customer doesn't know what's going to benefit him. He doesn't know there are such products in the market, right? So we have to first of all educate them on it, and that is what we do, again, in partnership with our industry friends here. And so through that, gradually, there is a great crystallization of demand. And if you have heard of the National Meet 2.0 exercise that was done recently in 2025, led by ISRO and with a number of others, done with all of the central ministries and government departments, all of the state governments and union territories. And this was for aggregation of the demand for space applications in each one of them. And the numbers that have been aggregated are over 1,000 use cases. Even if you remove the duplications between, of common things between two different states, you would still have something like 400 to 500 distinct use cases, mainly for Earth observation applications, and some for SATCOM and other things. So that's the kind of hunger and the kind of demand that exists. Now, how do we bridge this particular thing? First, is the industry able to take on something at this scale? Do we have the algos and the models developed to answer all of the questions? Do we have the data and the sources of the data, the variety of data that is going to be required, the frequency of data gathering? So there are things to be met both at the demand and the supply. But the journey is very much underway. So there will be more and more visibility as time goes. Very soon, the National Meet 2.0 implementation strategy should be crystallizing at ISRO's end, and we'll be able to take it forward. Right? And the third question was about what? Sorry? Taxation, yeah. So a number of, nothing is ever going to happen in this country now where there is a flat zero tax. How does the government distinguish? On what criteria does the government distinguish between sectors? If one sector asks for it, so would the others. So that's not going to work very well. And the government is generally speaking not very amenable to the idea of just giving blank tax holidays. And the industry doesn't really need that. What it does need is a certain amount of handholding, which is being done through concessional regimes and price support. InSpace itself has already got price support kind of mechanisms already in place and more on the way. Okay, so that the load on the industry is reduced. Okay, and as more pain points come to us from the industries, more and more things are being looked after. So we will see a certain amount of handholding, concessional regimes, etc., taking place. But an expectation that there be zero tax for a particular tax holiday for a particular sector, probably unlikely to happen in the current state of things. I think what we'll do is, let's step into the next part, okay, the really exciting part of today. And that's a really unique package that you're going to hear. And hold on to your questions, hold on to your thoughts. And when we finish that, and when the founders here, the entrepreneurs get on stage to answer your queries, I'll join them and we will together handle that interaction. So let's move ahead, and then may I invite Rochana to kindly set the next thing going. Thank you, everybody.
Is it good? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. D.V. Coat, for such wonderful insights. And thank you from the audience for such engaging questions. As he rightly prefaced, we are now moving on to the key segment of today's program. That is putting India in orbit, voices from the vanguard, understanding the space tech value chain. In this segment, we'll hear directly from the founders building across different parts of the space ecosystem. Each startup will share perspectives from their domain, offering a ground-level view of how India's space value chain is evolving. From the launch systems and spacecraft manufacturing to downstream applications and emerging in-orbit opportunities. We will have the founders come up one after the other, and let us begin. First, we are representing the launch systems segment. I invite Pawan Chandana, co-founder of the Skyroot Aerospace. Pawan is a former ISRO scientist and one of the key driving forces behind India's privately developed orbital launch vehicle program, positioning the country as a competitive player in the global commercial space launch market. I now welcome Pawan up on stage.
So good morning, everybody. And first of all, thanks to InSpace and T-Hub for putting this together. It's fantastic to see the entire ecosystem come together, investors, government, and a lot of friends here from Hyderabad ecosystem, all coming together and discuss about space, think about space, and also take it further, like, whether through investments, through policy advocacy, etc. It's really interesting to have everybody here. And as we start, my name is Pawan, co-founder and CEO of Skyroot. We're based in Hyderabad since its inception. 2018 is when we started. We started with a very small office space in Kondapur, very close from here. And then now, in fact, the ecosystem has, thanks to InSpace, thanks to our investors, thanks to everybody, now we are like just starting our third factory out here. More than 1,000 people in total. We're just about to launch India's first private rocket. I think it's all stars aligning together, and thanks to all the ecosystem partners out here in enabling the journey. So today it's very interesting. I would like to pitch the launch sector overall. In fact, always they say the glamour in space is all the rocket fire going up, the rockets lifting off. So that's where it enables the sector. The entire space industries are all around centered around launch capability going from Earth to space. And so, in fact, if you see, there's a large trend of just few decades ago, there hardly any private launches happening globally. And now almost 70% of the launches are private launches. And more than 85% of the payload which goes from Earth to space is through our private payloads. I think there's a complete transformation which has happened over the few decades. And now it's mostly, I think, private ruling the launch from Earth to space. And then just like our smartphones are getting smaller every year, and even satellites are getting smaller. And now, in fact, very small satellites are able to do what several tons of mass of satellite used to do, a few decades ago. We'll be able to do a very small satellites, and almost close to 90% of the satellites which are going to be built are small satellites, less than 500 kilograms, and that opens a gamut of opportunities for various sectors, building satellites, building rockets. You can build smaller rockets for launching smaller satellites. You can build companies starting with building very small satellites as low as 1U, 3U, 6U satellites, very small, very small satellites. That opened up innovation where even small companies can build stuff which can go to space, launch stuff which can go to space, and start the trigger for the economy. And so this is the overall trend going on. I'll just cover upon like the major players right now operational in the launch segment. Of course, the smallest rocket operation which is operational right now is done by Rocket Lab, which is valued at close to $40 billion. And then there's a new entrant in the market called Firefly Aerospace, which is also, at a peak, it is valued at almost $10 billion. Last year, it has just started launching. Last year, it has done a single launch. This year, it's plans to do more launches this year. And of course, I think the big, everybody, in fact, the entire space ecosystem has been inspired and also has been like pushed forward every year with SpaceX. And in fact, the world's most valued private company is a rocket company. SpaceX is now valued at $1.25 trillion. You can just imagine the extent in which a company can grow. SpaceX is an example. If really raw execution, raw innovation unveils, I think it's one example is SpaceX. You can even build $1 trillion, rocket company globally, and SpaceX is an example. And still, it feels it's just the beginning. In just a couple of years, they estimate to be like becoming a $3 trillion company, and it's all because they operate the best rocket in the world right now, Falcon 9. And in fact, out of their launches, only giving 20% of the launches, just 20% of the launches, they earn like close to $5 billion revenue just by offering 20% of the launches to others, and 80% of the launches they do their own. So this shows the extent of what you can achieve in the space sector. And of course, the SpaceX is the poster boy for the entire space ecosystem for decades. But of course, there will be new SpaceX coming across the globe. A lot of new innovation, a lot of new companies which are planning to go big. And also Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' company. In fact, it's an older company than SpaceX. It started in 2000. It just started, it's landed its booster, and it's planning to launch one rocket every week soon in few years. There's also, it's a heavy lift category. And Starship also coming up. I think Starship is about to prove orbital capability soon, where regularly the full rocket is reused entirely. And that even pushes the tonnage to space, like probably even by 10x, even 100x. But mostly they'll be using to launch their own satellites. So this is the ecosystem for small rockets to as big rockets. It's a gamut of services. But overall, if you see, there are very, very few operational rocket companies, which are actually launching majority of the payloads. So that also shows it's super challenging. It's literally rocket science, super challenging to get there. But once you get there, it's like, operating in a very niche area with very few players with a very large market. I think that shows the promise of the launch sector. And India has, of course, very strong capability in the launch side of things. We Skyroot, we've launched India's first private rocket, Vikram S, 3 years ago. That was a suborbital mission, which has crossed 80 kilometers and done few, carried few payloads, which It was more like a test rocket, which has proved almost 80% of the tech for the orbital launch capability. And now, we're just weeks away from our first orbital launch, Vikram 1, which is going to carry, which has the capacity to carry up to 300 kilograms to low Earth orbit. And that will be like one of the very few companies in the world which have launched an orbital rocket to space. Probably right now only maybe around 5 companies are regularly operating orbital vehicles globally. And I think it's a pretty proud moment once we reach orbit. It will be put up as among very few companies globally who are achieving this. And also our plan, in fact, our new factory, which was in Hyderbad, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, the Infinity Campus, we are building the capacity to build 1 rocket every month as we speak. Hopefully, we should hit that capacity soon. And that's where the ambition is. We'll be one of the very few and also very cutting edge in terms of cost, capability, etc. And we also have Agnikul, who's doing really good strides. They have done their suborbital mission maybe around, I think, 1.5 years ago. They have proved good capability in the launch vehicle segment, and they're planning to launch an orbital mission as well. And they're preparing themselves to it. And also ISRO has also developed a small satellite launch vehicle. It has done the TOT. InSpace has enabled that journey, and HAL has bought it. And then they have to do 2 missions to take the transfer of technology and then start operating, in 2 years or more. So I think that's the whole ecosystem right now, where mature launch vehicles are getting to the launch pad soon. This year will be a very important year for the entire launch ecosystem. And then there are other companies which have already raised like more than $10 million, which is 3Lex, Astrobase. They're also building much bigger vehicles, medium lift vehicles, which are also set to hit the market. So the gamut of vehicles is like from small to big, everything being built in India. Very exciting space. And today, Skyroot, we are fortunate to have raised close to $100 million of capital. And at one point of time when we started raising capital, people thought can we raise growth capital in India? That was like the biggest blockers for investors. But now I think we broke that mold and, we're able to, raise very large, capital from very large global funds. But of course, we need even large Indian funds also putting in growth capital. I think that will be transformative for the entire space sector. I'm sure this is going to happen this year. And we'll be raising in the launch sector, keep on raising capital, once they get, start getting revenues profitable, etc. They'll be investing their own profits as well. But now they'll be raising a lot of capital. And this year will be very, I think, another fortunate year where we can see Mr. Quote has presented the funding environment. I'm sure 2026 will be much bigger tick with a longer histogram. And of course, with a lot of capital also coming into the launch sector. And I think a very, very important aspect, why Indian launch companies, I think as I mentioned, right, we're just like a 7-year-old company and just about to get to orbital launch with a rocket which is developed maybe just around 4 years. I think never seen timelines in the global space industry, never seen cost efficiency in the global space industry. Why we're able to do all these things is because of the fundamental building blocks which exist in India. India has been spacefaring for the last 60 years. For example, the next rocket which we're launching have 400 suppliers, all from India. More than 95% of the value of the rocket is built in India. I think that's the kind of advantage we can build. We can build in India, and the launch sector shows that capability. And in fact, if you can build everything naturally, you have extreme cost effectiveness. In fact, our rockets which we're building are targeting to be 50% or even lower than the similar counterparts globally. And that shows a tremendous amount of cost advantage you can build. Ecosystem, a phenomenal ecosystem built in India by value. Most of it is built in India. You need not import a lot of things from India, from across, outside of India to India. Everything, the whole ecosystem exists. I think that's the beauty of it. And also we have a launch site which is very close to the equator, an entire island dedicated for launching. I think that's, and you need actually to be on the coast to launch because the rocket stages fall in the sea. And you also need all the infrastructure available, like the communication radars, the ecosystem for launching rockets, everything exists today. So infrastructure exists, supply chain exists, cost effectiveness exists. And India is like a land of engineers. The largest number of engineers in the world are produced in India. Every year, 1.5 million engineers get produced in India. And a lot of people are trained in, fundamental engineering required for building rockets and space systems. I think that also shows a very fundamental building block, which India has: the talent, the infrastructure, the ecosystem, whatnot. I think the world, you have to prove the world with really great companies coming together and building impact. And we are at Skyroot, we are attempting to do so as well. And just to see like the funding potential and the gap as well, the entire launch in India has raised like close to $200 million of capital, but still most of it in the last few years. And in the US, for example, if you see $26 billion have been gone. That is how much, like, 100 times, more than 100 times has gone. But if you see the building blocks are much better, fundamentals are much better here, whether it is cost, innovation, capabilities, infrastructure, everything is phenomenal in India. I think there's a lot of gap to be filled and a lot of opportunity to be unlocked. And also in the globally as well, launch business is set to, become, right now in India it's $400 million, it's set to become $3.5 billion. And by 2033, launch market is set to be globally around $40-50 billion market. These are all estimates. Which can be crossed. In every year, space sector has been, surprising. Just like Elon threw a, new bouncer for us to catch, where he said 1 million satellites will be launched to space in the coming decade. You can just imagine the extent in which the potential of space can be unlocked. Every year it surprises her. And all the previous numbers, I think probably, have to change immediately now. You're looking at the space industry estimates that no longer hold. The whole world is changing right now. Space is looked up as the next frontier. And India has all the building blocks, all the fundamentals to make it happen. I'm sure like India will be an extraordinary launching nation where like a lot of satellites will be launched from India to space. ISRO has proved itself, recently the world's largest communication satellite in LEO is launched by ISRO, by LVM-3 launch vehicle. It competed against Falcon 9 and, it is launching that mission. It already launched that mission to space and more to come. So I think India shows that capability. I think we all have that potential to be unlocked. With that, I conclude by saying, I think sky is no limit for India's space sector. Sky is no limit for India's launch sector, and several other, even so many new launch startups are coming up. I think there's a couple of have an Hyderabad base as well, Spantrix, Abiom, etc. Wish you all the best. I think there's a lot of excitement in even China has like probably maybe 20 major launch startups. Why not India? India should have like phenomenal kind of growth in the launch sector. Of course, it's a very challenging sector, but I think a lot of opportunity. Very few players, will have a really good opportunity to grow into very large companies. And with that, thanks again for giving this opportunity, and looking forward to taking the space sector forward with our all of us together. Thank you.
Thank you, Pawan. Now, I'd like to take a moment to welcome our special guest, MSR, who is an advisor at the Abairo Capital, advisory board member of the Bauer School of Entrepreneurship, and adjunct professor at IIM Raipur, and many other leadership roles. I'd like MSR to request the VCs and startup founders. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Nice to see so many founders. So, Pawan, as you So that is Hyderabad for you. And I think kudos to T-Hub for putting this event together. So nice to see so many of my friends, Chetan, Srikanth, and so many friends from the VC world, I think from HA, from Pentathlon, and also from Sanjay from Dhruva. Ronak, I think we haven't met, but I know of you. I've heard so much about you from a friend who works for you. Okay, so nice to see such a large audience, and I think this just goes to show, I think, what we were trying to build. And Ranjit, sorry, I forgot you. Yeah, so nice to see an ecosystem getting built in Hyderabad. We all know that the market is a $450 billion market, out of which India has close to maybe 2%. And I think potentially in the next 5 years, we'll probably get it to about, maybe around 7 or 8% or maybe 10%, right? So I think Hyderabad has everything which is required. We have smart founders. We have investors who are now willing to take bets. We have ecosystems like T-Hub. We obviously have a great, great set of colleges from where you'll get talent. And good to be part of this event. This was completely out of syllabus when I was asked to come in here and speak. But nice to be here and look forward to learning and listening from the gurus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MSR. And next, representing the spacecraft manufacturing, I invite Rupesh Gandupalli, co-founder of XD Links. Rupesh is building advanced satellite platforms and enabling scalable spacecraft production, strengthening India's capabilities in end-to-end space hardware development. Let's all please welcome him up on stage.
Hi all, good morning. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to InSpace and T-Hub for such a wonderful event to actually opportunity for us to represent what's happening here. My name is Rupesh Gandupalli. I'm the co-founder CEO XD Space Labs. I would like to start with introducing us because it's not much we exposed last 4 years. We kind of try to operate in a stealth mode. As we started this company, XD Space Labs, in 2022, we from a garage in Boinpalli, we built a first satellite from a small garage in Boinpalli. We launched that an SSLV D2 in 2023 for a customer from US, and we expanded. So now we're about 160 people company now, and we got the company to the point where we are actually on track to deliver 2 satellites in maybe October, November-ish this year. And from there, 1 per month. So that is the kind of speed at which industry is actually operating. So just to give the background from the space, my association with the space, I started as a scientist ISRO, NRSA, but I moved on in 9 months because I wanted to do something on the aerospace. I would join back then Infotech, that's Science now, after the NRSA. I moved to US to work with Pratt & Whitney. Then I moved to Bay Area, Applied and Apple. After 7 years with Apple, I met with a gentleman called Will Marshall, happened to be the CEO, co-founder, Planet Labs. When I met with him, he mentioned that he actually met me to understand whether I'm interested to join him because he mentioned that he wants to build 100 satellites. That's what he wants to build and then launch it into space. But I couldn't really appreciate that number 100 because back then I was working with Apple. My numbers where I used to play with at Apple was completely different from what he was talking. It took me some time to really appreciate what the 100 means in the space, basically. So yeah, we are talking about the timelines even before, while that the SpaceX is still failing, meaning they've gone through 6th failure in 2017. And see that change now since from Planet, we actually we plan to launch about 108 satellites. The idea is to scan every point every day to just have the data accessible. So in that case, we built 88 satellites. We brought the satellites to India. We launched that satellites, all 88. So the reason why I'm highlighting this point here is how the Indian space system enabled the global markets. So when we were actually struggling to launch the satellites at the time, we don't have any access to the SSPOs or anything like that. We used to launch from Russian launches to ISS, where the astronauts used to take the priority to deploy them. But Indian PSLV is what enabled Planet to launch 88 satellites one go. If that launch would not have happened, I think Planet would not have seen that kind of success. But again, I think since then, now we're talking about different satellites coming up from SpaceX and all. So today I'm taking the privilege to represent the satellite manufacturing. Of course, I have my colleagues, Sanjay and Ronak here. But so the opportunity here, right? So if you look at the overall space as the economy and the industry, it is actually primarily the manufacturing led. basically, right? What is that the space economy is all about? We launch the assets into space, we operate, we actually create the functionality and then enable the downstream functionality. It is primarily the manufacturing-led industry where the satellites are the core infrastructure layer for the launches, defense, data, and the downstream services. So the global demand is evolving because now, as we just heard, Elon is planning to launch about 1 million satellites. So the demand is exponentially growing because for one thing is for sure is happening in the world is that maybe with all the geopolitical situations, every country would like to become a sovereign, right? By with the space as a domain. I think every country realizes now that without them having and owning and operating a space asset, literally defending themselves on the terrestrial ground, is shooting in the dogs. So that actually sets the context that how this number of satellites growth is actually exponentially growing, and also the thought process from a traditional one satellite, one monster satellite, into the constellation as a service, rather achieving everything into one big satellite. And also this supply criticality increasing because there are very few players are in the world where they're able to fulfill the demand. Now that concludes that the world needs more satellites than what we can build today. So why India? Why now? Right. So I think India at the inflection point now, where any other manufacturing industry is actually inflecting in the space is also space manufacturing also inflecting. I think primarily why I see an opportunity, I said the potential for India is that we have the strong base fundamentals what ISRO has built as a heritage which can be leveraged, and then also we have the competitiveness in the cost. When I say the cost, not about just dollars, right? So see what we see daily basis, what I see as the founder and then the the building things. What we see the challenge is the lead times, the opportunity cost, right? So it's not about just reducing the cost of the satellite, but also at the pace at which we can deploy the satellites into space, where I think we see that is the advantage for us. So once we build the capability, we as in industry, we can actually operationalize the product much faster, so that not only reducing or bringing the cost under control, but also bringing the product in time and then giving the confidence to the industry that we can actually produce the quality and in time product to the space. So and also the one opportunity we see tremendous growth in kind of indigenizing the product, where as AVM Koji mentioned, we are importing today some of the critical components, so we are importing. So that is the opportunity where and also when we are importing, we are not only paying the crazy cost, but also we are at the mercy of some of the suppliers. Because if you look at some of the suppliers with who we are working, their capacity is 100% booked based on the demand, what is already being projected and loaded. So when we are actually still, because we want to use the best of the best, right? But in that process, we are losing the opportunity. We are actually kind of not being able to meet the schedules, but not being able to demonstrate the tech in the speed at which we want to demonstrate, so that we can unblock from ourselves from the volume manufacturing. So I think there is an opportunity for us to kind of indigenize to remove the dependency on the external suppliers, and also and also the manufacturing base. As I mentioned, we as a company in 4 years, we brought the company to the point where we are on schedule to deliver to first 2 satellites in next 6 to 8 months, and from there 1 per month. And we are ambitious as well. We are building the pipeline. What if I just assign one more contract where it's going to add up 1 more or 2 more satellites every month? So we need to build the capability and capacity. That is something we believe compared to the global markets what we have. Right? So the investment window, as we speak, we have the capability. I think the capability builders and then capacity. I mean that actually improves the our capacity to be able to deliver numbers and also exports. So I think this all leads to exports of the technology of this satellites globally, and that's what is the opportunity we see kind of taking because as Coach mentioned, there's a map where there are a lot of there are countries been already claiming the space is developed, but it is evolving. The space is a tech-driven industry than the procurement, where it's refreshing. So we have that opportunity to cover that globally with the new tech what's actually being going to be evolved. So I still so far I just gave the context, but just put the numbers together. On the manufacturing side, if I just were to classify them into the verticals, one being the subsystems, other one is that overall satellite bus platform and the payloads. Combinedly, I think India, I think we have huge potential to actually go after these kind of missions. This is just a zoom-in version of what Koji mentioned, where Earth observation, ISR, comms, PNT, OTV, deep space, and SSA. I think overall the industry from the subsystems, bus platform, satellites, and the payloads together, India has the huge potential to actually fulfill the global demands. And I think this is some of the upstream satellite manufacturers, which I pulled it from the InSpace website. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupesh, for covering the space manufacturing segment. And now we are moving to the ground segment. And I invite Sanjay Nekanti, who is the co-founder of Dhruva Space.
That you're seeing is a testament to what you can build in Hyderbad and scale globally. There's a video of almost 5 missions where all of those have been made here in Hyderabad with the support of more than 400 ecosystem partners. So this was the first mission where we had the deploy 2 satellites, Tybolt 1 and 2. And you can also see the time, right? So the first mission went in June, then we had the second mission in November, and then the follow-on mission in April again. So it's also a testament that, all of us here can build very fast and can not only service India's requirements, but also global requirements. There's a video of some of the separation systems that are built here. These were the tech demo missions that we did. And I think as Pawan mentioned, right, today the demand is so much that how much ever, launch availability is there, you would only need more, right? So I think one of our latest launches was on Falcon 9 in August of last year. And we are prepping for more launches this year and the year after. So that's Leap 1 deployed on Falcon 9. On this mission, we also had the satellites from Pixel on the same vehicle. Yeah, we can move to the slides. So if you look at any space mission, there are 3 fundamental pillars. The first one is the space segment, which deals with manufacturing of the satellite itself. The second is the launch segment, which essentially deals with the launch vehicle carrying the satellite and deploying into orbit. And the third is the ground segment, which is essentially the ground infrastructure that is used for operating the satellites. Usually a lot of people don't talk about ground segment because it's not a very I would say not a very sexy piece of the entire value chain. And I've been seeing this right from, the first satellite mission that I worked around in 2008, 2009. Usually, everybody is ready building the satellite, getting towards launch, but, they would think that ground station mein kya hai, kar denge, ho jayega, but essentially ground segment is one of the most integral part of the value chain because it is used for communicating with the satellite and bringing down the data. I would say, for many decades, ground segment has been highly regulated domain, right? Also because it has to do with radio frequency equipment that can be used for, multiple applications. So if you look at the ground segment in general, I try to put a lot of slides, but the objective is to not give you the entire knowledge of ground segment, but by the end of it, I would expect that you guys know at least what are the basic building blocks of the ground segment. So essentially, it is used for sending commands to the satellite, receiving data from the satellite, and then the data is processed and you build applications on top of it. So you have a lot of RF equipment along with the antennas that are used for tracking the satellites. See, once the satellite is ejected out of the rocket, the satellite is moving at close to 8 kilometers per second. So if you have if you have an antenna on the ground and you have to communicate with it, you have to point the antenna in the direction of the satellite and receive data. So it's a very, very crucial part. But here is the very interesting piece. I think in India, we have a very robust supply chain that has been doing the building blocks for the ground segment for many decades. I think we have Mr. John here from Comsat Systems, who's been building antennas for close to 40 years, who've built antennas ranging from small 3-meter sized dishes to about 13-meter sized dishes. So today, if you look at the number of companies in India who have ground station products that are able to sell in the international market, they're very, very limited. That is because nobody has, spent a good amount of time to put together a ground segment that is capable enough to service, global requirements. I think InSpace has also made a lot of effort trying to bring in different pieces of the value chain. I think in addition to InSpace, there have also been grants from IDEX to build smaller size ground stations. So I would say while ground segment is a very, very important piece of the value chain, the technology growth has just started to build in India to service the global market, which means there are quite a lot of opportunities for investors to look at this sector. Skip these slides. So here is an example of one of the famous ground station network. I mean, the next few slides are examples of the ground station network from Europe and US. Swedish Space Corporation is one of the state-owned companies based out of Sweden. They have a strategic advantage because their ground stations are largely located in the Arctic region, where, if a satellite is put in the low Earth orbit. And today, just for argument's sake, let's all assume that we are talking about low Earth orbiting satellites where the density of launches is increasing quite significantly. So if you have a satellite moving around in the low Earth orbit, typically has a coverage of almost 14 passes in the polar region versus about 4 to 5 passes, let's say the ground station is in Hyderbad. So the satellite goes around the Earth in about 96 minutes. So if you have to bring that data all down, you need a network of ground stations across the globe. And that is what makes the case where, people have been building these ground station networks and monetizing by the minute for communicating with the satellites. KSAT is another, I would say KSAT is a competitor to SSC and vice versa. KSAT is a Norwegian company largely owned by the Norwegian government. Then we have Spire, which is a US company which operates a constellation of satellites and initially set up their own stations, then also partnered with other stations. There's a specific reason why I added Spire to this list over here. See, today, all of you are looking at investing in the space tech sector, right? So let's look at some numbers. Today, as a country, we have about 60 operational satellites, and this is going to change quite drastically in the next 3 to 5 years. We're talking anywhere between 350 to about 600 satellites being launched by multiple players in the Indian ecosystem, which means there is a need for not just one, but perhaps more ground station network players to coexist in this ecosystem to service India's strategic interests as well as, to provide services for all the other players. And if you go and look into any large constellation operator, you would have seen that they would have started with an independent network where they're paying by the minute to one of the ground station operators, but eventually would have established their own ground station network as they scaled. So in the short term, if you're building a small network of satellites, maybe it is okay for you to pay and use a ground station network, but eventually, if you're operating a very large network of satellites, you would move towards having your own asset class on ground that you can also monetize. Here is an example of LeaveSpace, which is another European operator. I did not have any slides on the Indian operator yet because all of us are in our planning stage. I think thanks to InSpace, we are part of the EOPPP program where we are establishing a network of ground stations anyway as Dhruva Space. But in addition to us, there are a few other players in the ecosystem here in India, more so from Hyderabad, who are looking at this value chain. You have Azista BST, which is also based in Hyderabad. You have Avantel, which is also a publicly listed company, which has gotten the ground station as a service license. And I'm sure there are more players within the ecosystem who are thinking about it. I think one food for thought that I will leave for you guys to think about is the following. See, today, a satellite, when it takes a picture of the Earth, the time it takes for the data delivery to the customer can vary anywhere between 4 minutes to 72 hours, depending on, who's doing the analysis, so on and so forth. So the question is, when today we are talking about building and launching tens, hundreds and thousands of satellites, do you think as India, we should not think about bringing down the data at the fastest possible time? I do think that people are thinking about it. We as Dhruva Space are thinking about it. We are working towards building mobile ground stations where, as soon as the spacecraft takes the picture, you bring the data down to Earth. And we are definitely looking for people, who could support us in making this happen. As a core principle within Dhruva, we don't like to reinvent the wheel. If there is something that already exists in the ecosystem, we would like to take that and build on top of that. So I look forward to having good conversations with you guys, and I'm available here to answer any questions on the ground segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay, for walking us through the ground segment. Now representing the downstream application segment, I invite Roshan Raj, co-founder of the Blurgs AI. Roshan focuses on leveraging space-derived data and AI-driven analytics to unlock real-world applications, translating satellite intelligence into actionable insights across the industries. Let's now welcome Roshan. Really sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Roshan. I'm the co-founder of Plurks AI. Now, I think till today, till whatever time we have spent, a lot of people have been talking about broadly of what is happening at the top, right, on the space. My focus primarily would be to talk about what is happening on ground, right? In the end, the money will flow from the banks which are built on Earth, and somewhere we have to create value for the people who are on Earth, and how do we translate every good work that people on the space economy are doing, and how do we create the value for the downstream or on-ground people. Now, if you look into the entire space economy, about 74% of that entire economy is sort of concentrated in the downstream applications, right? This is where a lot of the use cases, a lot of the applications, etc., come into picture. Now, if you remember, Coach sir and other people sort of briefed about what is upstream, midstream, and downstream. I will be primarily talking about the downstream. That's broadly classified into analytics, insights, and application. So, what is the broad difference between these three, right? If you look into analytics, it's primarily vertical agnostic, right? It can be imagery data or imagery analytics across multiple sectors. While if you look into insights, that goes a layer deeper, where you are picking up a specific vertical, where you are a quasi expert in that particular domain. And then when you build an application, it primarily becomes a vertical expert. Now you are not talking about solving a problem through satellite data only. Rather, you are solving the problem entirely for that particular segment. It may or may not be through satellite data. Now, what exactly has happened in the Earth observation market, right? I think a lot of these numbers have been thrown in the past, so I'll just take the liberty to skip this part. Broadly, in the downstream applications, if you look into these three categories of rows that we have, 60% of the global EO market currently derives value or revenue from the defense, intelligence, and security type of use cases. Because, again, a lot of our innovations has happened through military innovations, and that's where also we're seeing a lot of value being created as of today. Obviously, it will evolve as we speak, as we move ahead in our future. Right? Then the second category where adoption is crucial in a traditional industry, right? Traditional industry primarily are the people who have been there, where operations have been running for centuries. There is no new market being created. There are revenues intact, the policies are intact, and you have to create value in the existing framework. Then the third thing that the space data enables is the new economy that is coming up, like the blue economy or the entire fintech and insurance market, right? Or how do you ensure ESG governance and all of those things. That creates a different spectrum of what is built with the downstream value. Now, these are the 5 aims or 5 M's of Earth observation that we talk about. I'll just briefly touch upon what individually this means, primarily categorizing into various use cases, right? First of all, you look into mapping, we're primarily talking about use cases that deals with scale. It can be about land, it can be about water, something that deals with scale. Now, when we talk about measuring as a category, it primarily talks about precision, right? Like your precision agriculture to be one of the use cases in that. Then the third type of classes of use cases is monitoring, where you need space data primarily for doing something for an extended period of time, like your security, surveillance type of use cases. Then you have modeling, where you are using space data to do prediction of what can happen tomorrow, can be weather prediction, can be navigation or movement prediction, etc. Then managing primarily talks about how to manage all the data that you're receiving or analytics or intelligence that you're providing to the customers. Now, this is the sort of the confusion that we primarily see when we go to the customers. And our customers are primarily traditional people who have been in this industry for a lot of period. And they do not understand the space data, right? So if you look into this entire ecosystem top down, right? Satellite operators or let's say data aggregators, even marketplaces are pretty clear on what value they are selling. Where we have seen the primary adoption struggle as an application provider is like, why do we need satellites? Like, what are they? You are launching something on the space and you are asking me, thousands of dollars for per snap that you are taking. I don't know how to derive value of that. I think that is where the application layer becomes very crucial, because if the adoption is not happening on the ground level, we might not reach the good revenue numbers or the good targets that we have been looking forward to make the entire space or entire ecosystem very stable or sustainable. Now, I'll talk about one of my experience that I primarily see when I talk to people on ground, right? it's primarily to challenge the status quo that exists. कि भाई मेरा धंधा तो चल रहा है, why do I need space data, right? My revenues are there, my margins are there. Like what is the difference that you are creating by asking me to pay $100K per year annually for the service that you are providing? I think that is where most of my conversations has evolved. And what I have learned in my process as a company, as an ecosystem in the downstream application, is that you probably, as an innovator, need to build into the existing systems. You do not build a parallel system where you are telling, okay, existing systems are great, but here is my space data analytics platform, and probably it will give you 10x value of what we are doing. That creates resistance with the customers because there's something that they don't understand. These are still very early days. They are not the tech experts. They probably have been dealing with remote data, sensors that were probably placed, decades back, and they probably are very comfortable with the old, outdated, Windows Vista experience rather than working with something that we are providing today, right? I think that is what my biggest learning, or to my fellow founders who want to build in the application layer, would be not to build a parallel solution, rather try to build something into the existing systems or processes that are in place. So the adoption is very easy. Now, again, I briefly talked about what we are doing. I'll just talk about an use case that we have been doing for the maritime and defense ecosystem. That's primarily where we operate as a company. Now, if you look this scenario on my screen right now, this is primarily about all the vessels that you would see in any given point of time in the Indian Ocean region. And this is about 15% of actual number of vessels which are there, meaning 85% of them are just not digitized as of today as well, right? A lot of companies are working on the communication layer where the small vessels like your fishing vessels, etc. need to come in. And if you look into a very specific port like JNPT port, there are smaller fragments which also contribute to the entire ecosystem. Now, if you look into this entire database of maritime, right? The system is, centuries old. Revenues are sorted, the numbers are sorted, the margins are sorted. So when I take my platform to somebody who is in the maritime or who is a maritime stakeholder, their first question is, yeah, my numbers are clear, my revenues are clear, my margins are clear. What additional value are you creating for me to pay you a Y amount? I think that is where the criticality of an innovator or even an investor comes into picture, that the numbers that we're talking about is probably giving you X value. I'm giving you plus Y, but how do you define plus Y to the cost that they are paying? Why is it I'm paying you Y by 10? Why am I paying you Y by 5? Why not probably Y by 20, right? I think that's somewhere the entire layer evolves. This is a core tech stack of what we have done. Okay, so this is primarily what we have done. If you look into the left side of my screen, these are primarily different data layers that we work with. Now, if you see, not all of them are space data, right? So this is what we talk about when I talk about building into the system. There are underwater sonar systems in maritime world. There are camera systems which are currently existing. There are VTMS systems that are operational for the last 20, 30 years, right? While your GIS layer is very interesting, your EOSAT data is very interesting, but for the customer, their systems are running. Now, as an innovator, as a builder, we have to create value to what is currently existing and show that, okay, these are the 20 things you are able to do now. You can do this 50 things with our platform. You'll be more compliant. You'll be more scalable. You can do more revenue, plus 20% revenue every year you can do if you use space data, and you have to pay only like maybe 100K, and you're making probably $1 million by using our platform, right? I think that is where a majority of the innovation or adoption in the downstream application has been happening. And we are sort of looking forward to building into that ecosystem. And now these are some of the use cases that come out of the entire gamut of what happens in the AI, data fusion, and sensor fusion world. Some of them for maritime use cases, some of them for terrestrial use cases. Now talking about why India is so interesting as of today, right? There are a lot of people in the downstream that have been working in this sector, right? You can look at Suhora, you can look at Galaxy, you can look at Peerside, who are also building payloads while also solving for analytics platform on ground. Then we have people operating in the climate tech space, carbon mapping, etc., where the use cases and entire gamut of value that can be created, including Map My India, right? People who are creating value on downstream has been great. Now, this is the starting point of where we look at the entire application layer. But why India is such a ideal location or ideal fit as of today to build application layer? First of all, human intelligence for earth intelligence, right? We have the maximum resource of human intelligence available. I think one of my fellow founders talk about number of engineers we produce every year. And that's something I'll take forward in this conversation as well. And if you look into the adoption, I think in the previous presentation, we talked about Indian market is about a $4 billion downstream market that we have. So there is good adoption rate we can see before we go to the export market or before we create value outside of the ecosystem. And a couple of our players have already been doing that, including Pixel, who has gone outside and has sold to US government as we talk today. Now, why investing in downstream now makes it very interesting, right? A lot of numbers have been thrown in the past. But if I look into this entire ecosystem broadly, I have a very rational analogy that I usually take forward with me. Like if you look into the entire ecosystem, global ecosystem, right? Starting from Cold War and all the way to ChatGPT. The Western world had a lot of money. They did the innovation when policies were not in place. So they did very rapid innovations. They built a scalable platform. They reached a maturity stage. And after that, policies were started to implement, which regulates the entire industry, but also slows down innovation. Now, if you look into the data space, right, ChatGPT was built, but then now data policy, privacy, and all of those things are coming into picture. Something similar happened in the nuclear test that we did at Pokhran, right, with a lot of sanctions, threats, etc. So India, probably in the space sector, something will happen. Like Elon Musk talked about launching 1 million satellites, right? What if 95% of them are launched by US and the entire market is now crowded for new satellites to launch? Payloads are now restricted of how many new payloads you can put in the market. So time is very crucial before there are enough players in the market. If India does not do it now, we probably will have to again depend on external players to just receive the downstream data or doing the analytics. And we know what happened in Kargil where things were blocked for India to access it. I think that's a very strategic or national importance that we're talking about, why capital is very crucial for the innovators, why speed is very important, why time is important for us today. That's me. Thank you so much for your time. Happy to take any questions after the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan Raj, for sharing such wonderful insights about the downstream applications. Finally, sharing perspectives on in-orbit services, an emerging space company, I invite Ronak Samantre from Take Me to Space. Ronak is building platforms that enable in-space computing and orbital services, contributing to the evolution of sustainability commercial activity among and beyond Earth's atmosphere. Let's now welcome Ronak onto the dais.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope I'm audible. My name is Ronak. I run a company called Take Me to Space. Our aim is to, as she said, we are building data centers in orbit. Before I get into this in-orbit economy, deep space economy, want to get the lay of the land. How many of you here are investors who are writing check? Okay, not okay. Is people in the front? Okay, how many of you are entrepreneurs who are trying to build something or aspire to build something? Oh wow, or more entrepreneurs. I will keep it then more aligned to if you're an entrepreneur, how do you look at the industry and how do you go about building a business around it, right? Of course, investors would follow the tail, right? Because if you're building a viable business, there's money would follow you, right? It's not about convincing the investor, it's building the right business. Sorry. Okay. So what's this whole facade of in-orbit economy, right? We talked about launch segment, we talked about satellite manufacturing, ground segments, we talked about downstream applications. So what's in-orbit economy? Now, traditionally, satellites have been data gathering units or a signal, like an eye and a mouth, right? You put eyes in the sky or put mouth in the sky as in communications, right? But the moment you start building an infra which inherently takes this advantage of the space environment and creates value, that's what we're calling it as in-orbit economy. Let's say you're doing something in moon because you're taking advantage of the moon's surface. Let's say you're building in LEO or GEO where you're taking advantage of the microgravity environment or the unlimited energy solar power that is available for free. That's when those problem statements, those business models fall under the in-orbit economy. The way I have structured my presentation is twofold, right? I'm going to talk about certain ideas or segments that already where the unit economics have been proven and are improving, of course. I mean, a good market is where the unit economics improves every year. And of course, the horizon looking, right? Which is a very long-term, 15, 20 years, where you're looking at Moon, Mars, and what have you. So I'll cover both the aspects because that's what in-orbit economy is all about. And yeah, last few months, there have been a lot of facade around it as well, thanks to Musk. I think Pawan talked about it, and Sanjay talked about the million satellites. Rupesh talked about it, the million satellites. Okay, what's really driving it? When it comes to near term, which I talked, where the unit economics have proven, it's two things, right? One is the terrestrial use cases that is moving upstairs. When I say upstairs, it's space. Second is the existing assets, which are the satellites. How do you improve the capability of the satellites or add value to them? So there are two broad kind of problem statements. Now, what is driving these two things is the reduction of launch costs, thanks to things like in India, Skyroot, Agnikul is coming up. Globally, if you look at SpaceX has really led the market, and it's projected that hopefully someday we will get to $100 per kg. Guess what? Now it's 9,000 rupees. For 9,000 rupees, you can send a kg of payload to space. A kg is a big deal, right? And that's a disruption, or that is the key factor which is driving so much fast iteration in innovation, because cost of mistakes have come down. What used to cost $50,000 per kg is now $100 per kg, which enables you to do more mistakes, which means enables you to fix things faster, iterate faster, build an innovative business model around it. The first, this is close to my heart because we do it, is orbital data centers, right? Very simple thing. It's primarily because you have unlimited scale in terms of real estate and unlimited scale in terms of energy available beyond Earth. If you were to build a 5 gigawatt data center on Earth, it's going to take you 5 years. Land kidhar se leke aaoge? Go and talk to the grid for 5 gigawatts, or set up 5 nuclear power plants, or set up that geyser wala thing, whatever, hot geyser thing, right? It's going to take time. But guess what? With big rockets coming up and with low-cost satellite, you can build 5 gigawatts in less than 6 months. If you already have assuming that you have the capability of building satellites. So scaling up fast in space is what is driving factor for orbital data centers. Of course, the unit economics today are not viable to go after terrestrial data. So the entire, our first node was supposed to launch this year. We had a hiccup in January. We're back to orbit in June. Guess what? For our first data center node, 30% capacity is already pre-sold. That means there are customers ready to pay for the data center orbital compute today. It's not a tomorrow's story, it's a today's story. Right, so yeah, it's a huge market, projected at $40 billion. Musk single-handedly says it's going to be $1 trillion with his whole merger of SpaceX and X, this thing. Again, applications across the spectrum. Compute is an ever-growing need, and space is an infinite. As Khortsar was saying, it's a human aspiration, it's infinite. Space is infinite, and that's a great intersection of data centers and all that. Not just SpaceX, we have Google, which is doing Project Suncatcher, which is very close to our business model. We have Sophia, which is again sort of our business model, but then yeah, Axiom was attempting it, now they've gone slow, but yeah, SpaceX, Google, and hopefully India should be the first one to put the first data center node in orbit. That's our aim. Okay, again, quickly changing gears. The second use case is manufacturing. Everybody talks about manufacturing on Earth, right? Now, there are certain segments where manufacturing really is costly. It is not scalable on Earth. Imagine a clinostat. You want to build a 10 kg clinostat, you will die. I mean, no one will die, but then yeah, it's just costly to run a clinostat, which is like simulates a microgravity environment on Earth, right? But guess what? If you could launch something in orbit, you get microgravity for free. You ain't going to pay anybody for getting that no gravity experience out there. So it's all about how do you, let's say, you are a pharma company, you're Biocon, and you have figured out on AlphaFold, which is AI-based protein fold prediction model. You have figured that out, but you can't go ahead and build a medicine around it because there's no scientific proof of that folding, of the 3D structure. Space becomes your proving ground. Right? So there are companies like Serendipity Space, Velon Space, Inbound Aerospace. There are a lot of companies already solving that paradigm, not just in India. Look at the global phenomena, right? The way we talked about the ground applications around GIS, look at the the use case company around manufacturing space alone, biotech is big, pharmacy is big, and you have this infrastructure players, including the large guys like Airbus and all that. The reason I wrote Airbus, not Northrop Grumman, because they are building the next commercial space stations. Today, ISS doesn't allow you to set up or block their space for commercial manufacturing. But a commercial space station is going to do that. India is going to have BAS, which is Bharatiya Antariksh Station, by 2040. You can, government, of course, will enable prototyping first, but there are commercial space stations coming up where you as a large pharma company can actually block that infra for your own manufacturing. So it's already happening globally, and there's a lot of IP being built around it. Second type of problems, I talked about moving terrestrial use cases to orbit. Second type is enhancing the capability of the existing satellites. So if you look at a geostationary satellite, costs around $400 million. That satellites, generates around $150 million a year. Net, it lives for 10 years, so it gives you more than like $1.5 billion over the lifespan. But guess what? The reason the geostationary satellites die is because they go out of fuel. Not because kuch electronics mein kharab ho gaya, right? Because they're space hardened and blah, blah, blah. But if you could actually build a satellite which takes $100 million for the customer and can increase the lifespan of the geostationary satellite by another 10 years, the customer makes another $1 billion. They don't mind spending another $100 million to get $1 billion revenue out of it. So, and that's already happening. So you have contracts going out in US to upgrade the life of a geostationary satellite. And of course, the competition is, hey, why do you need a geostationary? Why you can have a micro geostationary satellites also? The micro geo is a new trend. So yeah, in satellite servicing, you have Orbitaid, which is trying to prove in-orbit refueling. You have Ollie Space, you have Bellatrix, you have InSpacity. InSpacity is building a robotic arm along with that. So a lot of things already happening in India. The policies are being written. Can Indian satellite go 10 kilometers closer to a UK satellite? Or can it go a kilometer close to a UK satellite? So the policies are also being formed. So space, if you are an entrepreneur, don't think it's an engineering only problem statement. There's also a ton of work around policies, around the governance aspect of it. So as an entrepreneur, you can look at the entire spectrum. Space is not just engineering, right? Space is beyond. It encompasses all possible fields. So yeah, the satellite manufacturing itself is going at a CAGR of like 12% by 2030. It's an upcoming industry led primarily by the life extension services. How do you extend life of an asset which is already there in orbit? Debris management. Sir said 15,000 satellites in orbit. It is projected to 60,000 satellites in orbit. Musk single-handedly comes and says, hey, million satellites in orbit, right? So there is going to be traffic laws, right? There's going to be debris. There's going to be space situational awareness, as we call it. We have Digantra in India who's trying to solve it. When we sort of put our first satellite in orbit, we wanted a picture of, let's say, Digantra giving us a picture of our own deployment. Because what if I lose communication? I myself want to know what happened to my satellite if something goes wrong. So as satellite operators ourselves, for us, this is a big thing. And guess what has happened over the last few months? Musk, who owns 9,000 out of the 12,000 active satellite, they made the entire SSA data free for Starlink. So you can today go and leverage that and maybe build a super cool interface on top of it so that people like me or a new satellite builder, it becomes easy to do conjunction assessment. You have 9,000 out of 12,000 satellites ka data available for free. So imagine the use case you can build for it as a SaaS solution. Okay, so those were there around the proven economics and moving to some horizon scanning, big 15 saal mein kya hoga and all that stuff. Mars and Moon habitation, that is going to happen. You have the NASA, the Artemis program, the CLIPS program is happening, ISRO is going Chandrayaan, China does whatever China, we don't know what exactly it does. But yeah, China's lunar station. This is where the government still dominates and is going to dominate. That's where the nation's strength comes in. For example, whether you're trying to mine helium-3, I think Khote sir had a brilliant detailed presentation of the cislunar economy, right? By these are large numbers, but then 2050 down there. So this sort of enables our economy or our country to be in the frontier, right? While you build commercially successful businesses, but these are like long-term businesses that you look at. And the small steps towards it is important. The capabilities that we develop now, for example, if you are aiming for moon, you're already building robotic arms for SSA orbit, for refueling, you're already building robotic arms capable of refueling something in orbit. They all also add up to asteroid mining. If there is tomorrow an opportunity of a near Earth flyby of an asteroid, which is made up of, diamond or something, whatever rare earth element, which Mr. President of US would love it. But you really go after it. And all you need is the right spacecraft with the right robotic arm, the right mining technologies. And you had Japan's, I forgot the mission name, where they went to the planet, got back the soil. It was a return mission, right? So that's already happening. You can actually build business around it. And there is company like AMC, Astroforge, Karman already going after it. So yeah, just to summarize, you have these two segments in in-orbit economy. One is the near term, where the unit economics are proven. It is only improving. Second is the long-term thing, where you only look after the horizon scanning, like 15 saal mein kya hoga, right? The top near term itself is a large market. Like if you add up 51 plus 9, it's like a $60 billion market. When I say $60 billion, it's aggregation of problem statements, not just one problem statement leading to $60 billion. So there are multiple problem statements that add up to this whole economy of 60 billion in near term. And it depends on the capital you have as investors, whether you want to pitch the near term or you want to go after the horizon scanning business models. Now, this next slide is somewhere both for entrepreneurs and investors around, like when I am looking at partnering with another company to sort of enhance our capability, what do I look at, right? And same goes to investors. If you are looking to fund in-orbit economy startup, what do you look at? First, the team needs to show capability beyond simulations. This industry is, sorry, people love simulations. I love simulations. I'm saying it sarcastically though. Got to build the product, right? You've got to get down, even if it's in a goddamn breadboard. Doesn't matter, we are engineer, right? Get down to the breadboard, doesn't matter it has value or not, show execution. Don't stick to simulation. That's a key indicator that banda ya bandi kuch kar sakti hai na? Simulations bahut milte hain. And in AI world, simulation is like a 2 hours job. You sit with AI, ki meko MATLAB Simulink mein kaise karne ka, AI will tell you. First. Second, of course, the technology capabilities which backs up the thing. Third is in-house capability. You cannot build a profitable business if you're chasing in-orbit economy, if you're not vertically integrated. Because I think Roshan said it very right. You cannot build a parallel system and expect customer to pay 10x extra for that. You have to somewhere hook into the existing customer experience pipeline. And hence, your product cannot be obnoxiously costly just because you are space. Customer doesn't care, right? It has to be affordable, whatever solutions you build. And that is only possible if you own the margins, if you own the stack. And in this industry, talk about the COGS versus the pricing, it's stupendously high, right? Because the TAM is smaller. So go beyond just buy and prove versus build and prove, right? Having in-house capabilities really gives you the strength. And of course, this I learned, the last one is something that I learned as an entrepreneur for my first startup. As an engineer, I always thought, IP bana lo, baki sab ho jata hai. But customers don't care about only your IP. They want the entire product experience. When I'm building data centers, it's not about just getting the compute out there. How does the customer access the compute capability? What is the login experience are you giving to the customer? Is it a Google login or is it a 10-pager KYC document are you giving to the customer? How are you ensuring data security, data privacy? How good is your user experience? You can't have, I'm not sure if you have checked out ArcGIS, the leader in GIS. Oh man, the UI sucks. I come from the SaaS domain. The user experience, super critical. We sometimes overlook it, but the ancillaries around the core IP is super important, even when it comes to in-orbit economy. We should move away from the fancies of what it does versus what the customer wants. The customer wants something which is relevant, something which is affordable, and today in-orbit economy solutions can drive that. So, okay, thanks for that. Thank you so much for the time. I'm Ronak, happy to talk to you later. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ronak, for all the energy and such great insights. And now, Finally, I'd like to invite all the presenters onto the stage. Pavan, Rupesh, Sanjay, Roshan, and Ronak. And thank you for your wonderful insights. And I'd like to invite our AVM Dr. D.V. Kochi to come onto the stage to give mementos to the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you for that second doctorate, Rachana. Things are only getting better. हैदराबाद का जलवा अलग ही रहता भाई. And these boys here, the five, the Pach Pandav that we've got here for you, are rewriting history. And they're as Hyderabadi, except for Roshan, who we had to import because our Hyderabadi bhai had to fall out. Okay. Other than that, they're all Hyderabadi. As Hyderabadi as double ka meetha and paradise ka biryani. Okay. Began for all of our. Fantastic to see the house so full. So how many of you? Yeah. So how many of you are hungry for the knowledge that they bring with your questions? And how many of you are just hungry? The knowledge guys take it. So we will defer the lunch by a few minutes to take on the questions while the iron is hot and while all of you are in the game still. So bring it on. Guys, take your chairs. I'll join them. Any questions pending from the first interaction or whatever comes to your mind at this point of time? Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, that you have delayed the lunch break. I was worried that I would lose some of these guys. Very good afternoon. Thank you so much, sir, for first of all serving the country in the service and still continuing after that also. So a big round of applause, everyone. Now, not every day you get an opportunity like this. So I have two questions. As a guy who is pursuing his PhD in sustainability, SpaceX proved that reusable rockets cost by 70% and reduce emissions. But we're adding about 60,000 satellites and so on to LEO, global space debris crisis brewing, right? And can InSpace create a design for sustainability mandate that integrates reusable launch systems like Skyroot, Ethereal Rex with indigenous semiconductor manufacturing and mandatory deorbiting protocols all from day one, rather than, if we picture a scene from the WALL-E Disney movie where we have a space debris, right? That's part A. And part B is for the investors. Should sustainability metrics like green propellants, design for deorbit, circular supply chains become deal-breaker investments criteria from day, to future-proof our portfolios? Can India leapfrog from Western space economies by making sustainable by design our competitive IP that commands premium valuations and attracts ESG-conscious global capital. What's the roadmap from both policy and investment perspectives? Thank you so much.
I forgot your first paragraph, but I think the first question goes to Pawan. I think Pawan. Reusability, sustainability.
Yeah, so if you want to build like the circular economy in space, first thing is that we need like fully reusable rockets where nothing actually left in space or nothing falls back to the sea, which is under progress. So SpaceX is building Starship, which is fully reusable vehicle, but unfortunately there is a carbon emission coming because they use LNG, right? But but there are like ways to produce LNG using green methods. Using green energy, you can actually produce LNG. There is a process, though it's expensive. Probably with time it will come down. Or there are also people building using hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen is like you just emit steam, water vapor through rockets, fully reusable. You can make it so zero environmental impact. So that is where I think fully reusable rocket, nothing thrown in space, nothing thrown in the ocean, is just like 5-10 years away. So that becomes regular. That's number one. So going from Earth upstream, from Earth to space, is fully, it's fully, ESG proof. I would say like fully, clean. And then there are new companies like, there is one company here, Cosmoserve, which is based in T-Hub. So they are like cleaning what is left in space. So there are like the moment you leave something in space, you also have technology, you can remove things in space and then clean them up, basically. So that is also another thing. And also like what SpaceX is doing is, even though they have 9,000 satellites, they're putting them close to Earth, so that they burn up in the atmosphere, but negligible impact. Now there's studies going on how much impact it creates on the upper parts of the atmosphere if things burning up, etc. But still, I think the impact is pretty low because it distributes to the vastness of it. But still, eventually, I think you can make it very clean. You launch things very clean and bring things, whatever is left out there, make it very clean. I think it's just a decade away to make it happen. And also it's been a big debate among investors as well, ESG impact of space sector. And when we had to raise capital through very large global funds, it's a big challenge, but actually on paper, I mean, the impact is pretty low. It's very, very low right now, but it's going to increase as we talk about thousands of tons going to, reach space, etc. Is going to increase. So I think these are the ways, like I mentioned about fully reusable rockets, cleaning junk in space, launching things closer to the Earth, which can like make them burn up and then not stay in space and create problems in space. So these are some of the aspects. But it's an open problem. I think this is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs and investors, how to create a sustainable space, because it affects everybody. You have like billions of dollars worth of space station in space. What happens if some junk goes and hits? Literally, billions, in future trillions of infrastructure will be based on this circular economy. I think it's an open problem to be solved. Many people are working towards it. As we all together will work towards it. Governments also will work towards it, make it happen. It's still an open statement to solve. Yeah.
Yeah. The second part of a question related to whether sustainability protocols can be built from scratch, from design onwards, right? That would be the ideal case. However, a lot of R&D still remains. A certain amount of gestation time and investment will have to go into actually operationalizing many of the sustainability concepts that are today on paper. They're being talked about. Okay, but there's a lot of distance to be covered in actually being able to build them. For example, if you want to do ISAM, in orbit servicing and that kind of thing, refueling and servicing and all of that, the satellites have to be designed for that from scratch, right? Similarly, if you want to do deorbiting of satellites as part of the mission profile at the end, then that also needs to be built into how that satellite is going to be designed and how it's going to be operated. So a lot of this is probably going to come, but in the meantime, we can't really delay what has to happen right now, right? And therefore, whatever is operating right now has to operate right now. Whatever has to launch right now has to launch right now. We have to find the best mitigation practices we can at our correct time, with our best judgment, and with the best technologies that we have. And the ideals will follow, but will take some time getting there, right? So all of these things are going to coexist for a while and look a little messy, but it's still going to be operationally the way things are going to be. I don't head the InSpace. Small office.
So if we don't have these things, I understand that it will take some time. We can't stop the bigger things.
Yeah, I get the gist of your question. So work on this very much happening, more from the industry right? Government does not dictate these things, but this is definitely something that we would like to work towards along with the industry to enable it, right? And to make sure that we go towards a cleaner, more sustainable space future.
Some mandates, through either the ISRO or through space, if given in the initial or some kind of incentives or a parallel program, so that because it's sustainability in general, if you're talking about, we are way behind.
Get your point. Get your point. And people are already working on it, including ISRO. If you've heard of the space plane and reusables and all of that. So everybody is working on how to make things better and cleaner. It's something that is very much happening in people's thought processes, right? And it will take whatever time it takes to come into operations. Thank you. Great question.
Yeah, I just want to add to that point. I was part of ISRO, I was part of IADC, Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee. So very recently, Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee meeting held in India, in Bangalore in 2024, where ISRO brought this zero debris policy. So ESA is doing that, and ISRO has also brought that. And by 2030, we'll have very clean missions. What do we mean by clean missions is like removing all what we are keeping in space from Indian soil will be removed. And also, we can't leave the objects which are having high energy in space. Like the batteries has to be disposed, and all the propulsion has to be removed from we can't leave the energy sources in space. That is also we are following. And we are also following, we have to contain all the fragments, the nuts and bolts, we can't allow them to fly off. So we need to contain all the pyro elements and etc. in space. So all that India is following, and by 2030, all missions will be enabled by these elements. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Can we get to the next question?
Hello. Thank you all. Thank you, sir, for organizing the wonderful. My question to you, Sanjay and Roshan. So when you talk about ground stations, we particularly work on telemetry communications. So my question to you is, how close are we to get to the edge computing to indigenous level? As of now, when we talk about a young startup, we are just 2 years old. We work on custom telemetry and derive the protocols using CCSDS. So in that aspect, how do we rely on completely indigenous technology, and how close we are from your personal experiences?
I mean, if you're saying how close are we to having our own chips on ground that will do the edge compute, I think there's still some time for that. Right now, at least we are just buying off-the-shelf components and doing it. But as and when indigenous chips are available, we'll probably transition towards that.
Then it might be difficult for young startups to get to that scale when we go with the downstream edge applications or for end user applications. So we have to depend on some external resources till we get enough to manufacture or kind of pay enough where we get our returns.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ronak mentioned in his talk, the end customer doesn't necessarily care. I think only when the end customer cares for it and is asking for it, they will also be ready to paying for it. So I think until then, buying and solving for it is not going to be a huge bottleneck, in my opinion.
Yeah, but let me add a small point to Sanjay as well. See, if you look at the space as ecosystem, right? Even though we're talking about million satellites and all, compared to the neighboring industry like consumer electronics and the automotive industry, these numbers are quite significantly low, right? The demand for this space tech to upgrade and then also bring in this technology adoption is to actually partner with and leverage the innovation happening in the neighboring industry. If you look at all the GPUs what we are using now, because the numbers are kind of going up, every GPU company or like every IC chips manufacturers, they're also considering making these chips as more of a radiation tolerant components, which can be leveraged. So I think that transition is happening, And actually, as we speak about like indigenization of all the semiconductor chip electronics, I think that's in the space will be part of that overall league where like we're leveraging them and build that application around that.
So you can also look at it from adding your own wrapper around existing product, which will still work, in my opinion.
That would not be IP, I believe. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Sorry, I really want to build up what Rupesh just said. Right? See, from a customer point of view, it has to be, when you talk about edge compute tied to the ground, right? It has to be easy for the customer to deploy the models as well. अगर आप ऐसा ना वो अभी क्या risk 5 में इंडिया में ना शक्ति something, boss, who's going to write the SDK for it? The customer has to rewrite his entire code base to deploy a Shakti. Ain't gonna happen. Put an NVIDIA GPU, customer knows exactly how to deploy a container on an NVIDIA GPU because the Tegra and all that is already proven stack. Make your customer life easier. Yes, when you want to improve, because that's where you get the customers. The cost of shifting from a traditional solution to a new edge solution has to be minimal. It's called the cloud. When we went from on-premise to the cloud, the cost of transition has to be minimal. I would strongly recommend go with what customer already knows how to use. Build your value prop, build your experience, and then maybe to improve your margins, you can go to Shakti or whatever Indian chip manufacturers. Ecosystem is a big play when it comes to software because when their developer is trying to figure it out, they don't want to call you. They should be able to figure out on a Stack Overflow or GPT to how to figure that stack. So again, my recommendation: stick to what is trending, what customers knows what to use. That is not the IP you want to own. You want to own the IP of the customer experience. That's the real IP for every customer.
I'll just add, I think Sanjay spoke about not reinventing the wheel. I think that's something that
Fundamentally don't do it. I think the primary factor goes to how much time it takes to reach the stage where people have already done research. Like if you think about a fundamental education system, right? Thousands years of learning compacted into a K-12 education system of 12 years. You are not learning everything. You are only learning what is required for you in today's world. I think something fundamental goes into building new edge systems like that as well. You don't have to do something that is already done because customers don't care.
Thank you. I'd like to get some questions from the investors in the audience. It's going to be a rare opportunity for you to have this kind of leading edge entrepreneurs among you. And this might be a good idea to get the talent thing going. Anything there. And we have the whole day available at the end. We will have a pure interactive session, an open house. So we'll have the opportunities there as well.
Thanks. And question to probably all of you. Space is a mystery. Investing in a space tech even more mysterious. That's the feedback we are getting from all our investors who want to put in money but don't know paisa upar jaake kahan jayega. So sorry. Okay, please laugh. Yeah. So idea was Indian investor community, we know how they behave. I'm not talking about the institutional VC investors, but people who are going to put in their monies into these VCs as well. We need to solve their problem. I need some suggestions what we are doing in that direction. Maybe you start from you, Mr. Court.
Paisa idhar hi aayega, and I'll hand it over to the entrepreneurs who will tell you how that will happen. So essentially the hesitation and the apprehension that exists within the investor community as to how the whole thing works, and frankly, the last couple of hours were aimed at demystifying the entire sector for you, and to show you how business is done, where the revenue is, and what are the value chains.
Yeah, I think probably I'll give my perspective from 2012 and how it is in 2026. Right. So I think way back in 2012 when we were talking to investors, it was very hard. Same question like, okay, paisa kahan jayega? Like is ISRO even going to launch what you're doing, so on and so forth. I think we've come a really long way over the years. Now I think from an investor's point of view, you can look at it You can look at any business from a seed stage to a Series B stage, right? And to back that up, there are entrepreneurs who are building real businesses where we actually have paying customers. It's not just the idea that you are investing, but probably you also have government backing these ideas via grant to to entrepreneurs having customers for that product, not just in India, but also outside of India. I think so the answer lies in your question, which is at what stage are you willing to put in the money, right? Whether, you obviously have to hedge the risk if you're coming early on because a product market fit may not have been established. But, if you're coming midway, then you will have to incentivize the entrepreneur by not being too greedy and not giving them the right valuation probably. So I think it's a trade-off. And today I think I'm very proud to say that we've built an amazing ecosystem, and there are more companies that are coming up, and the opportunities for Indian entrepreneurs in the global ecosystem is quite massive. And also within India, there are lots of problems that can be addressed by people. Like on this floor itself, while all of us work in our respective domains, we also work with each other. So you can imagine what is the potential that already exists. I hope that gives a flavor.
Sorry. As an LP, you get exposure to like 10%. These are high risk investments, but SaaS is there. Right? SaaS was happening in 2011 when they expected a 100x return. That is there. If you as an LP is looking for 100x return, this is the segment to invest in. AI, it's a short-term boom. Everybody's already talking about the bubble and all that nonsense. Just pure SaaS AI, because SaaS has become a product thanks to vibe coding. Space is where the frontier innovation is happening, and that's why as an LP, if I were an LP, if I had I would definitely invest and then write it off in my hand. ऐसा है ना, लेकिन वो आएगा तो 100x बन के आएगा, नहीं तो zero होके आएगा. It's a zero sum game.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. One question. I mean, I'm an investor, manager fund. Most of these funds have life cycles of 10 years, right? And one of the risks that we see is that gestation period for businesses in space are very long. Might be a good sense to give us, is that gestation period coming down, which will help us build more confidence backing people like yourselves?
I think definitely, so I'll just give our example, right? I mean, before even the space policy came in, we raised 100 crores of capital. I mean, literally, the people who put capital in us, just imagine the risk. Just imagine no policy in India, even to back. They put 100 crores in the company, So, and many of them have probably 100x their capital right now, So that's, I think, so there is always a stage which matches the capital. Definitely, I think space company take 10, 15 years to build a proper real space company. If you see the top space company today, SpaceX is almost 25 years old, So, and they build $1 trillion company. So it needs definitely patient capital. But considering the fund cycles are low, I think it has to be planned. Exit also has to be planned in a way that you can do secondaries down the line. And in fact, if you see SpaceX right now, it's like almost public market. People get secondaries every year. It keeps on happening. So I think that kind of ecosystem can be created for early stage capital because it takes some time to mature. But it's also happening right now. It's happening that way. But I think if it's a 10-year cycle, Series A and above is, I think, quite safe. If you're investing in Series A and above, I think 10 years is a good return cycle for the funds, and nothing to worry. Only for seed, but seed is, I think, even though it's like people think it's spray and pray, but still, I think it has massive returns if you can actually identify the right opportunities. And one of examples is us. The seed investors actually are quite celebrated now as a deep tech, great investors in deep tech ecosystem because they took those leap of faith. And mostly early stage invest. We have one of our early stage investor, Chetan, who bet on us again at the time when literally nobody was planning to invest in space, and now he has invested in 5-6 startups, is doing really well. So I think think space startups, only 5-6 space startups is doing wonderful well. He's here in the first row, as one of the top space investors in the country. I think so that's how it is. I think you have to invest as per cycles, and bet on the entrepreneur is what I've seen has played out really well, because a lot of unknowns. People, I think most of us, right, if there is some major change happening, like you mentioned, SaaS is dead, but the real good entrepreneurs in SaaS, I'm sure they have a way out of it and build something even bigger in the new space, right now in AI space, right? For example, it's literally problem solving and founder-oriented investing, I think will play really good in deep tech, but I would really recommend to understand the tech to a decent extent to all investors. Don't go by the glory and the great presentations and the market numbers, and market numbers mean nothing, because believe me, as I mentioned, just now like 1 million satellites are added to the market. Now, if you add all the market of that in the market, none of the numbers hold anything actually. So you can create new markets in space sector. It's like blue ocean. I don't know what it is called, blue ocean. Space is a blue ocean. So I think a lot of new markets can be generated. So being very founder-friendly investing, and I'm sure a lot of exit opportunities. Don't worry about 10-year cycle is pretty long. You can even make exits in 5 to 6 years also if planned well. I think you have to have really work very close with the entrepreneur and build great companies. That's it.
Great question there, and you've touched upon one of the major apprehensions of the investor community. Now, probably the VCs and all of the domination of the investing community have got used to these kind of cycles. So the expectation is that I need to have an exit by so and so time. Okay, but when you go into an entirely new disruptive sector like this, which is built on entirely new parameters, I think we have to change the yardsticks by which we assess things and what expectations we need to have on that. Having said that, while patient capital is a given for deep tech, why is it called deep tech in the first place? Because there is a lot of deep, intensive R&D involved before you can make it happen, right? Having said that, with all the patient capital and all of the other things to which the investor community is warming up to, these cycles are getting compressed with time. In the last decade, what would take X amount of time is taking lesser time now. So that's something that needs to be added. And I think, and maybe this is something an Indian investing firm pointed out to me, is that a lot of us, in Mumbai this was in fact, they said that a lot of us are almost in a trading mentality. Okay, and we also need to transition into an investing mentality, which is to stay invested. And at one of the InveSt events like this in Bangalore, it was Parag Dole actually, who, when he was asked about exits, he said, exits are overrated. He said, the fun is in keeping invested and making something substantial come to life. So that's, I think the investor community in India is also evolving to the place that we need to be. And I think it's very, very important that the measures and yardsticks that we've been used to traditionally need to change, because these are, deep tech is different. We have to grow up to that. Okay, we'll take one last question. We have enough opportunity later on. Okay, the young lady there, invite. Try and make it work.
In India, as one of the 4/5 countries that have landed on the moon, how does like the space tech industry with what all you are building affect us, in a sovereign position with other partnerships from a public and private context?
Is a question about public-private partnerships?
Yes, but relationship with other countries, let's say with the US, Europe, Southeast Asia, yada, yada.
Yeah. So yeah, on both counts, a big positive, yes. One, we've already initiated the first PPP successfully. Sanjay here is part of that, of the consortium that's going to build the first constellation of a PPP bid. The second part is, as part of the InSpace strategy, global collaborations and global partnerships are very much required. we see it as an essential part of the growth in the coming years, both from the point of view of us learning from those who are a little ahead of us and us being able to be the bridge, between the global south and all of those others. So there are things that we need to learn. We need JVs, we need transfers of technology. In the panel, we're going to have Azista, which is represented here today, and which has built a global partnership to bring in certain technologies to India. A number of Indian companies are also doing that to get some of the finest technologies that exist everywhere to bring them in here so as to manufacture in India. So both the PPP model, which is essentially to handhold the private sector so that we can bring our strengths together. Government brings a certain amount of stability, certain amount of underwriting of risks and so on and so forth, maybe even a structured pipeline of orders and so on. And all of those along with the private sector's enterprise and agility and talent. So the PPP is very much seen as a very major modality for our progress in the future, as well as international collaborations in every way that we can make it work. I think with that, we will now attend to the other hunger and be back in time. Can you give us a sense of when we need to be back? I think I'll let Roshana handle that part and give us the instructions for what we need to do in the next few minutes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for a great morning session. We'll join in again for the later.
As you all know, Hyderabadi biryani is famous. It is waiting down on 5th floor. So after which we have an exciting panel. So requesting everyone to be back by 2:30, same room. See you all. 5th floor at the InveSt Tower side.
I request T-Hub team and InSpace teams to please come on the podium for a group photo.
As mentioned, we'll all be breaking for lunch. The lunch will be on the other end of the corridor, but I request you all to come back by 2:40 because, we'll be having a lot more exciting conversations and it won't be possible without all of you guys. And this session will be moderated by our former Air Vice Marshal, D.V. Kodji, who is the Director of Strategy and Planning at InSpace. I'll just finish with the introduction. Yeah. And our distinguished panelists will be Sudhir Kumar, who is a Vice President of XD-Link Space Labs and former ISRO scientist, brings deep technical expertise from his tenure at ISRO, combined with industry leadership at XD-Links, where he contributes to advancing indigenous spacecraft systems and engineering capabilities. And next is Abhishek Patil, who serves as a technical expert at Azista Space, where he leads the software development strategies for satellite image processing. His current focus encompasses the design and execution of end-to-end data pipelines for Azista's current satellite mission and upcoming satellite constellations. And moving on to Shrikant Vijay Tanikella, who is a managing partner of Spavestone VC, brings an investor's lens to the ecosystem, focusing on early and growth stage investments in deep tech space ventures, enabling capital flow into high potential space startups. And finally, Manu Iyer Garu, who is the managing partner of the Blue Hill VC, is an active investor in frontier technologies and emerging sectors, with a strong focus on supporting scalable, innovation-led startups in aerospace and advancing engineering domains. I request all of the above to please come onto the dais. Thank you.
Very good afternoon and welcome to the post-lunch session. So in industry, they have a term which is called the value of death. Okay, and that is for technologies which are stuck at readiness levels of 3 or so, and you have to take them across to the technology levels of 8 or 9, and typically there's no help for the in-between periods to bridge that. So we are currently at KRL 3 or 4, that's knowledge readiness levels 3 or 4. And by the end of this day, we're going to take it to KRL 8 or 9. And in the meantime, we have the value of death to negotiate, which is the post-lunch session, all right? And if you are all good boys and girls, there is caffeine waiting for us at the end of the day. So I think, welcome everybody for the afternoon session. We'll start with the panel discussion here. We have with us two of our panelists from the industry. Both are incidentally ex-ISRO and now in the private sector, and therein lies a big story which is underwriting the progress of the Indian space ecosystem. The expertise that ISRO created was largely, wafting out into nothingness till the space reforms happened. And now you find that a large proportion of the private industry actually has as its backbone people who have worked earlier in ISRO, who have that commitment and work ethos with them, in addition to the expertise. So we welcome Shri Sudhir Kumarji and Abhishek Patil. Sudhirji started with the industry in Tata Steel, then went on to ISRO, 25 years, where he not only grappled with some very, very big projects of ISRO, including setting up the propellant establishments, also the rocket building, the VAB as well, right? The vehicle assembly buildings as well, the largest one. And then he also looked after the capacity development, which is the human resource development, as well as the public relations part. So he's got a very wide range, and he's had a ringside view of what's happened in the space sector from ISRO looking outwards and now on the outside. Abhishek also worked with the Space Applications Center for about 9 years before transitioning to the private sector. He's currently with Azista, and he fills in for Sunil Indurthi, the director who was originally supposed to be here. Abhishek brings with him a great deal of insight, technologically speaking, and now also on the industry side. On the investor side, we have two panelists, and Shrikant and Manu, welcome to this afternoon. Now, these are people who are aligned with the T-Hub for some time, and are people who have been investing actively into the deep tech and space tech. Space portfolio companies with you? With both of you, wonderful. So these are people who have taken the step and are talking to people who are going to take the step. So with this kind of insights that we have here, we will do a couple of rounds of questions with everybody and then throw it open for audience questions. So let me start with industry perspectives before I come to the investors proper. Sudhirji, the first question is for you. You've had a ringside view of what's been happening in the space sector over the last, 25 years. And you've had a view of, since you were also plugged in with the industrial ecosystem, startup encouragement, and the public relations and capacity development, you've had a view of what transitions and evolutions have happened in the space industry and the Indian space landscape. Can you give us a view of what are the salient features of the transition that capture, your attention and your imagination? How do you see the transitions that have happened from before the space reforms and after?
I'll start with only one statistic, that is a comparison-wise. When so-called we say that spacefaring nation, best spacefaring nation, whatever you say, that best defense exporter, best organization, best capitalist country, USA, when they have around 35 million people producing so much economy, what is the clientele requirement demand for 140 crore people? This could be how actually you place yourself in a let us say somebody says, one has gone to Africa, then they said many people, they do not have shoes. That fellow, shoe chappal company fellow, said that there is no demand at all. Another smart guy went there and said that huge demand because nobody is wearing the chappal. It is something like that. How you put your perspective in a proper way to sell your ideas is only the question. As Kotsap was asking, in ISRO, a traditional way of, let us say, handling the either satellite projects or launch vehicle projects, we design, we give the tenders to the corporates and MSMEs and the other people. They will traditionally quote for it, competitive basis, one fellow will get it, another 3 years nobody will get it. Somewhere we find difficulty in, let us say, reaching out to the people to keep them stay, otherwise they'll get killed. Many of the occasions were there. Vis-a-vis the demand. Today, why in the 2016, some of the glimpses what had happened in the space sector, especially when this current government has taken over, that is basically the milestone, I should say. Earlier, it was very traditional. In fact, when we started our space journey way back into 90s, the NNMRMS is the driving force, where agriculture ministries, they are all predominantly putting forth the requirements to the space. We conceive the missions and launch. Subsequently, we anticipating the demand, we started building the satellites and using the launch vehicles. Of course, thanks to the industry's supplier, they have supported. But when 2016, Honorable Prime Minister has taken a review with almost, I should say, 65 ministries, then they found what is the enabler of the space technology to revenue generation and to solve the problems of various ministries. That's what Kotsap in his introduction, he was telling, he was talking to the ministries. In fact, this talking started in 2018 or 19 when Veerraghavan sir, when he was PSA, I was personally witness for 12 such kind of interactive meetings with many ministries, agriculture, fisheries, water, rural development, urban development, whatnot, all the ministries. They have thrown 256 problem statement to solve. But that is government front. That government front is more like user, public-driven grievances, such kind of things. But economy is not enough if you address only the government issues. And when space sector, when you adopt the, let us say, US economy or European economy, the private sectors were, the agriculture is becoming like an industry. How long the small factors of manufacturers or agricultural farmers will be struggling to raise the revenue? This is where exactly the government of India has realized that let ISRO concentrate on technology development, facility development, then infrastructure development, whereas somebody should be there to use all these things to leverage the facilities and economy, etc., to raise the economy in folds, in multiple folds. That is where the reforms have come. Immediately after the reforms, I was there as a part of during, that's what Kotsap again was telling, during the COVID times, when all the people were locked, we used to wear the government ID card and go in the roads, nobody used to start up. I was one of the 5 or 6 member committee sat down preparing the different policies, remote sensing data policy, communication policy, then technology transfer policy, launch vehicle policy, combinedly putting out to, there is a bill which has come out. At that time, we envisaged what kind of provisions that we should give it to the industry so that they will leapfrog and they will leverage the entire ecosystem. So taking that clue, Amazingly, even Pavan, Agnikul, these people were the early boys, Anirudh, Digantara, they used to come to me, said they are small boys in the IISc, somewhere in the incubation center. Sir, we are not getting help from ISRO. Then at that time, ISRO, they think that talking to the people itself is a very, sin or some kind of confidentiality. We enabled them. No, Baba, Vinodji is sitting here. There are all the remote sensing people. Now you see how many ISRO scientists are helping these industries. This is the transformation that is happening. Morning, surprisingly, some question was there whether money will go to sky or here. The answer for that, Pawan, was it is not, it is a rocket science. It takes some kind of minimum leveraging time, minimum leap time it requires. But I'm telling you, once it is flown, let us say 10 years if it is there, the earnings would be into hundreds. Maybe people should have patience to spend the technologies, to spend some time on those things. ISRO is being leveraged for that. No model either. One question in the Singapore, they asked what is the difference between a USA model, ESA model and Indian model. Indian model, where is InSpace to promote you? Where is the InSpace? Where is the such kind of mechanism to club all the people to leverage? One guy can work on ground system, one guy in rockets, one guy in satellites, one guy in ground system, one guy in applications joined together, realizing EOPPP. Such kind of models, thanks to InSpace, they are bringing these ecosystems are not there. When the government, in the 2019 COTSAP, I was recollecting you when I represented Indian space in Dubai Expo. We went around, I think, 25 countries. Whatever the name of the countries, they were telling only one thing. Sir, we are ordering. The people are not quoting for India. Why? Because it is only NSIL. Since I have come out, I can freely tell you, NSIL will never quote. Because government restrictions are so many. We want 1 month their understanding, 2 months, some documents are required even to get the documents. Those privileges, those hurdles are not there today. If some company, whether it is a satellite manufacturing company or some ITAR situations are there, it's not so easy, but some kind of concessions have to come. So those hurdles have gone now. Policies have been brought out and some understanding, clearances are there, authorizations are there, facilities are being offered. ISRO abundant wisdom is available for the people to mentoring the people, to handhold, to engage. So it requires some time to mature. I'm sure that investors need not have to have such kind of, because they were not there. That's what we are there to explain them what the ecosystem is all about, how actually the ecosystem is transforming, how the confidence is being built, etc. Absolutely, I don't have any doubt that the people who have spent 1 rupee, they won't get more than 10 to 15 rupees after 4 to 5 years and hundreds after 10 years.
That's a great insight there. Thank you. So, Riji, I think the big things I take away is the transition that's happening from the traditional way of doing things in government and that pace, and the transition to a more agile and high-tech way of doing things, which is natural to the private sector, right? Also, the structural reforms. I think what you talked about, the coming of InSpace and the structural reforms, the Indian space policy, and how that has delineated the roles of different agencies. That kind of clarity to bring that to the entire ecosystem as to who's to do what is, I think, leading to a certain amount of channelizing of the energies in certain specific directions, preventing wastage and so on and so forth. And I think the last thing that you talked about was the Indian model. And I think one of the growing up moments for us in India, not merely space, not merely deep tech, but even in all other areas, is that we need to stop looking, Silicon Valley words or EU words. The Indian system works differently, and we need to develop our own models based on what suits us, based on what our strengths are, based on what our limitations are. And I think we're doing that. Oh, I think that's one of the things. It's actually a coming of age moment, I think, perhaps for us, as a collective technological entity. I'd like to ask a similar question to the investor side. Manu, can I put the same question to you? You've been in the investing business for a while now, and you've had the industry experience before that, mostly in the IT area, and then transitioning to actually becoming an investor within that. Same question, investor perspective. What transitions do you see happening in front of you as far as the space in particular, in specific and deep tech otherwise? What transitions happening in front of you? Do you think that the space reforms has actually changed the texture of what's happening in this area? Could you touch upon 2 or 3?
Sure. So first of all, pleasure to be here today, and just wanted to commend you on your presentation this morning. It was a very inspiring presentation, and I think to an audience that does not know space, I think it will go a long way in engendering interest in the ecosystem. So having said that, I just have one observation on the presentation. You put up Elon Musk's face and then you put up Jeff Bezos' face, and both were roughly similar size, right? I just want to make a point to the ecosystem that they are not comparable, right? One has, all of us are here talking about space because of Elon Musk. The ecosystem of space in India exists because of Elon Musk, right? To put that in context, right? Last year, SpaceX has done 166, depending on whether you count Starship or not, 170 launches. Blue Origin did 2. So, and one was successful that came back and landed, which was in November of very recently, right? I mean, we're talking order of magnitude different things. I know you needed a second name or something, but chota sa laga dena, sir. Matlab, you should give perspective.
Scale.
To scale, 100%. So I think, no, for me, what, someone like him thinking from first principles about, reusability and, the economies of scale that provides. The whole ecosystem exists because we have all those people that you listed, all the, different payloads, satellite sub-assemblies, all of that today has a market because the cost of launch has come down so significantly. Single point of data. So for me, that is, overwhelming. To set that in context, we are the seed investors in this company called Ethereal Exploration. You were on a panel with them in Bangalore, I think a few months back. So we're seed investors there, have participated all the way through. They are trying to think through reusability of the second stage of the rocket, right? Today SpaceX does stage 1. They are trying to do the logic of how to bring back stage 2. So we're investors there. Investors in a company that are building thrusters for second stage bipropellant thrusters, hypergolic non-toxic thrusters. Looking to invest, we're doing ground up work with a company that is trying to do one of those line items that you put out there, which is data centers in space. Someone, I think in one of the earlier panels spoke about, again, Musk, but I think it's fair to keep calling on that name, talking about 1 million satellites. Someone spoke about it from the AGM, saying he wants to put 1 million satellites, and this guy, unlike anybody else, has time to tweet also, replied to that saying, we are starting off with a small number, right? So, that's the scale that they are thinking at. So, trying to connect some of that back to India, I think the ecosystem, what has changed massively is the whole ecosystem. A lot of things have improved in terms of the funding. It's easier for someone qualified from an ISRO to step out and say, hey, I want to build something in this space. It has become a lot easier. There is a lot more capital. When, let's say, an Agnikul or Skyroot or some of the early ones, even Dhruva Space, when they started out, the ecosystem was nowhere as mature. There were very few investors who were actually interested in this space. Forget about understanding. Interest he nahi tha at that point in time. And today, where there's a complete about phase where everyone is trying to invest in the space ecosystem. Deep tech funds are, dime a dozen today. RDI fund, I think, had some 300 odd applications, if not more. So that's the about phase in the ecosystem where there's so much of interest now to put money in long gestation product cycles like space. It's taken 7 years, 6 years, 8 years for doing a test demonstrator for an Agnikul and this was we spoke about ITAR restrictions and a whole bunch of other non-availability of materials to be able to Inconel availability was a big thing at one point in time. And so
the ecosystem has evolved rapidly. I think there has been support, like Sir mentioned, from ISRO, from people stepping out and saying, hey, we will offer our mentorship, our advice to youngsters building in the space. But the other interesting thing, and I had a couple of meetings this morning, where ISRO scientists stepping out and wanting to start off on their own. Scientist D, Scientist T class people are starting up, right? And that is super encouraging. But I think all of that is possible because of the fact that, the government has created all these sandboxes, all these programs, all these different things for some of these guys to step out and try this risk-free, right? Relatively, right? From, घर का पैसा बिना डाले, I'm still able to go and take a bet on some of these ecosystems. And, I think that's the whole thing. An organization like InSpace with someone, as senior as Sir is, involved in selling the ecosystem, selling the thought of space in India, multiple such other programs coming in. I think the Space Fund, different states have funds. SIDBI has, funds to support people building in space. So the availability of capital as grants, as support, low-cost loans through TDB, all that has gone a long way in allowing for some of these guys who have ideas, rattling in their heads to be able to say, let's build today. And I think that confidence has come from that first generation of people who have built, who have raised money, who have seen a fair amount of success today. Some of these guys have built a very, very successful, at least, been able to successfully traverse a Series B or Series C. Some of the guys in Earth observation, the pixels and galaxies of the world, being able to fundraise into an ecosystem in India. A lot of this money has been raised locally. Not all of it has come from, foreign capital. So there are people who are understanding what is being built. There are people who are willing to risk capital into this space. And I think that is what is, the key thing that will end up, driving more activity. You spoke about, I think, 400 companies today under InSpace. I remember when that number was 250, right? And it was not very long time ago, right? So the acceleration has been absolutely massive, in no small part, thanks to what your organization is doing. But also there is pockets of money across the country that is willing to support, the UR Rao Center, VSSC, Liquid Propulsion Center. Different people are helping in their own ways. And I think there is different support ecosystems. A lot of the guys, people heading LPSC is now coming and saying, hey, I will be an advisor. Dr. Somnath sir is coming and saying, he will join as an advisor to, some of the companies. So that is just a fantastic place to be when you have the experience of some people who have built this over the last, your photo of, the cycle pay, they are taking the fairing to where we are today. That experience is now available at the fingertips of a lot of these startups. They have, the ability to hire them as advisors. So I think it's been a fantastic gestation. And I think there is no stopping a lot of these companies. I'm excited for what is coming in the space ecosystem next, and we are actively tracking companies to invest.
Shrikant, does what has happened and some of the things that Manu mentioned, does that give you greater confidence than it did maybe 5 years ago? Do you think that the investor community sees the landscape differently today as compared to what they saw them some years ago? I mean, space as an asset class, there was a way of looking at it some time ago. Do we look at it differently now? What do the investors think?
No, a lot of things have changed indeed. And the way to think about this is, we invested into a company in 2022. In fact, Bellatrix is the name of the company. We invested into them way back in 2016 as part of the earlier fund. Perhaps one of the earliest funds to bet on the space tech area. And therefore, we've seen the evolution, both the pains, the perils, as well as the successes of a company as it went through the journey of coming to a stage where today they are commercializing big time. What I've certainly seen is a much greater appreciation for the potential revenue pools from space tech among the investor community today than, let's say, even a couple of years back. That's obviously coming from the confidence of having seen 3 or 4 success stories in the ecosystem, Bellatrix, Skyroot, Agnikul. I'm sure the names are known to everyone. But in addition to that, I think it's also about the confidence that today we have our own LPs backing us for longer term gestation investments. The investor mindset has moved from thinking that I need to invest into something which will give me returns in 5 years to moving to a 10-year horizon. And of course, I have to say much thanks to the forward-looking thinking from the government in setting up things like the Antariksh Fund now, but also more importantly, the RDI Fund, SIDBI, FFS. All of them went a long way in providing comfort that the government is saying 15 years, SRI is saying 15 years, so SIDBI is saying 15 years. So they were okay to move their horizon of investment to 5 to 10 years, which made it easier for investors like us to think of longer gestation investments. And I think that's the big change. Of course, I would also add that while that has happened, as we are looking at the growth stage of some of the companies, we begin to think of what kind of procurement challenges they have as the volumes pick up, and what kind of revenue-seeking challenges they have. And I think that is where perhaps there's still some refinement needed. Procurement side, I think it's slightly easier because thanks to the ecosystem that's been set up by ISRO and DRDO through the years. But on the revenue side, I still think that accelerated procurement or some form of predictability to procurement from the government side or from ISRO, for example, for some of the product portfolios would go a long way in providing greater confidence. While most of the investors do look for private revenues effectively, I think there is certain level of predictability that comes with an ISRO or a DRDO procuring after, of course, space qualification is done and other aspects are taken care of. I'd say that is an area, I'd say the model of IDEX in the defense sector, we've seen that blossom really well. Maybe a similar scheme of sorts would go a long way in giving boost to companies which are now entering the growth stage or will enter the growth stage in a couple of years from now.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing out some very important points there. And like you said, accelerated procurement or a more structured or visible procurement pipeline is something that would, I think, give a lot of confidence. And that is something that is, I think, in the natural course going to come out as we go into the implementation of the NM 2.0 and follow-ups on that one. So as that comes out, it will be literally hundreds of use cases on the application side coming out from government and giving visibility to the demand landscape, which I think should also bring a little more cheer to the investor community. On the IDEX side, incidentally, I had the good fortune and the privilege of steering the Defense Space 75 challenges. And incidentally, Sudhirji here was the advisor from ISRO when we were putting that together. Sudhirji, I don't know whether we announced, the RM announced 75 defense space challenges, okay, which were curated by Defense Space Agency at the time, along with the 3 services. ISRO and DRDO were advisors to us in curating that whole list. And of these 75, 57 contracts already signed, and the earliest contracts, they were signed by DSA, in fact, already close to maturity. So we're talking less than 3 years, and 3 different kinds of thrusters, the clean thrusters, plasma thrusters are about to mature within this year or early part of the next year. That's the kind of pace that the IDEX in Defense Space 75 have given. But I think you're right that we need to replicate the model in larger ways because it also brings with it the MOQs and a certain amount of assured funding and assured procurement. So I think that's great. Abhishek, coming to you and to Azista Industries. Now, Azista is a large group. You're diversified in a number of different areas, including, composites and materials and those as well, fabrication. And then, of course, you have the collaboration with BST on the satellite manufacturing part. Now, although you're not quite a startup which is looking for funding at this point of time, how do you strategize on your trajectory going forward for a company which is at a little level above the startup right? And having entered the space sector, you've already launched a satellite. Going ahead, how do you intend to take the thing forward? How do you intend to scale? What are your own risk mitigation strategies from the industrial standpoint, right? And what are the areas that you would like to focus on and scale in, given the experience so far?
Okay, that's a long question. I'll try to give you answers in parts. Yeah. So I'll just give a brief history about how Adista started. So we started in 2014, and we had a successful collaboration with our German partners, as you mentioned, that is BST, and that is Berlin Space Technologies. And we have diversified into various sectors. That is, first is the composites, then is the space, then other is the FMCG, and there are 2 or 3 more which are not yet out to the public yet. And why that happens, that is put it in name itself. That is, Adista is A to Z of ISTA, that is life, A to Z of life. So our vision was to enter into different aspects of life and be a big conglomerate at some point of time. And there was a question by you also that what happened after the space reforms. So I can tell you, based on our experience of Adista Industries, how it changed our Adista Industries, exactly what happened. So before 2020, we were a build-to-print industry. So we were trying to give small modules to ISRO. So some Cartosat modules, RESAT modules, some power modules, reflectors, and RF components. After 2020, we see ourselves going to build to print, from build to print to build to spec, or we are building the IP, we are building the actual components inside, we are trying to get some technology transfer from some industry, building on top of it, getting flight proven, increasing our TRL-ness. So we are very proud that we can say, sir, we have TRL 8 in some of the components, TRL 9 in some of the components. So it has changed us a lot. So that's one of the answers I can tell you what has happened in the space industry. I don't have many white hairs, but I can see in the last 10 years that has happened in front of me. So going forward, we would really like to be a global partner in high reliability electronics and the space subsystems. And that's where we have our focus on. So we are focusing on 3 main systems right now. First is localized subsystems, meaning having a niche understanding of subsystems. So meaning power electronics or the RF or the reaction wheels or the solar cells. So from a space vendor to space company, that is the journey it is right now we are on. And we would like to be an vertically integrated company at some point of time, where most of the components are built in-house, designed in-house, consumed in-house. And if it is needed, exported outside. So that's another story altogether. And our plans are going forward, we would like to build, actually I was talking about the 3 components which we are focusing on. The first was subsystem, the second was the targeted missions, meaning a satellite which is built to do something if we have a customer. So that's where the margins are. So that's where we would like to put our best foot forward. So we are going for optical payloads at this point of time. We will be publishing some few articles in upcoming time. So we will be saying the high resolution satellites is the one targeted application we have. And the third and the most important is data applications. So that is not yet explored. So the entry of data in commercial market is not that great right now. And we see a lot of potential, and we see that's where the money lies. And that is an unexplored market. We would like to focus our interests in that. So we have set up another entity itself. So that is April, that is Advanced Pixel Research Lab, just for exploiting data and getting some ground systems ready. So that's a snapshot or bird's eye view of Adista Industries, what has happened and what we aim to do in some point of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think good points made there. Suresh, could you also fill us in very quickly on a similar thing for XD Links, which is a startup? So what's your go-to market? How do you intend to craft this strategy for?
Yeah. See, I represent a company. Morning, Rupesh has made a good presentation about his aspirations. Probably, I think, in a more generic way. I should say, in the past 60 years of space journey of India, any company you should say which is having the maximum order book, I could say XD-Links. Okay, that is one thing that builds the confidence, or this is around, I can't disclose it, but is for a strategic application. 15 satellites the government of India has given. The confidence what government has got on private sector is amazing. That too, on a company where he was telling that he was part of the team, Planet Labs team, where around 400 satellites were built by the team. He was one of the 10th employee in the thing. Now, having got around 20 satellites order on book, small or big, definitely not Cartosat kind of thing or communication side of thing. First and very important point, which very silently I can make a mention out of it, is just we have qualified 200 kg satellite, first ever built satellite in the private sector outside ISRO for a Indian commercial customer, which is going to fly in next month. Okay, so that brings the confidence that how a satellite company can leverage the technologies and how matured the satellite companies in India are scaled up themselves in the capability point of view. Next question is capacity. See, if you see the remote sensing, earth observation front, geospatial industries, you take anything is morning, some guy was mentioning about downstream applications. The 70% of the revenue comes out of the downstream. How many startups are there in the system who are concentrating on downstream? That is the question we have to put. Ultimately, downstream has to generate the midstream and upstream business. When geospatial industry, when it is talking about 450 billion, let us say, market in India, in the world, at least GeoArtha Space says that in their statistics, 45 billion is the total geospatial market. But what kind of technologies that we require, let us say, to put it in terms of asset monitoring, let us say digital twins or building information management or water resources management, IoT, thermal management, and all these things should generate. That is a pain for me also, which ultimately generates a business for satellite companies and thereby to the launch vehicle community. The second thing is defense. Today, if we compare the Indian ecosystem, Indian scenario vis-a-vis either China or USA or Israel or even Russia, where we stand in the defense satellites front. Hardly some of the satellites like Cartosat, ISRO has launched incidentally, whether forget about which the strategic application that they are doing, data we are using it. But defense requires a different sovereignty, different class of ISR, let us say ELINT, let us say signal engine, such kind of satellites. How many we have? So if we say already Government of India, Chairman ISRO announced in the public domain, we need 500 satellites down the, let us say in another 5 years time, where ISRO has got capacity. They are struggling for Gaganyaan, they are struggling for Chandrayaan 4, Shukrayaan, Bharati Antariksha Station. We have only 19,000 people, out of which 10,000 people only technical staff, of which only 4,000 to 5,000 only scientists. Where the bandwidth is, that is what I am telling the startups who have to really pitch into the exact, let us say, technology build, should be supported by the investors. When Elon Musk is throwing trillions and trillions, with this confidence only investors have to come out and propose to the, let us say, space startups. ISRO ecosystem is there, ISRO is there to support. This is where we stand. XD-Links, of course, coming back to the XD-Links story. Yes, we have a very long pipeline. In fact, the same ISR stack, what is being now let's say, realized, is being extended to the global customers. Couple of let us say the ministries in the global front, whether it is Saudi, UAE, Indonesia, Kenya, such kind of people are showing lots of interest. Global, as yesterday we were in Singapore. Singapore also came out with a good proposition. A good pipeline is available right now for us to build. And I should say we have we are going for anticipating all these things, 60,000 square feet, a new facility for building up various technologies, including the back. Instead, I just we should say that the capability exists with the company in such a way that except for sensors and actuators, the entire technology is being built next door to the mind space, probably to the T-Hub. Yes, including SDRs, including antennas, including structures, including all avionics, including structures, everything, including battery systems, EPS, solar panels, whatnot. Now we have raised to that situation. We have raised to that confidence. We can roll out. It has taken probably 3 years to build such kind of things. Now we are ready. If the user kicks off and investors come forward to support, business is business. Yes.
So ride the wave as the scaling happens. That's the XD Links' I think strategy in short. And global market penetration, I think that's fantastic. I think what's come out here, and thanks for pointing that out, Sudhirji, is the last 4 to 5 years, people have been asking, everybody talks about potential. Okay, but where is it on the ground? What's happening on the ground? Well, it takes time. It takes time to build infrastructure. Aspirations can jump in a second, but it takes money and it takes time to build infrastructure, get the machinery in, get people trained to be able to do what you need to do. And that is what is the kind of foundational work I think the last few years has been. The first part of our decadal vision implementation, first part of the space reforms is essentially the foundational work. And we are starting to see the operationalization of those projects. So we're starting to see the maturing of many of those. So the next phase, which is one of greater consolidation, and the new wave of startups and the new wave of entries will happen. But we're going to start seeing the operational ends of it in front of our eyes in the coming 2 to 3 years. I think that's what the story looks like there. Some quick questions now. Okay, I want to go to the investors. Okay, fill in the blanks question. All right. So, okay, 3 blanks each. What do you look for in a space art?
Yeah, so for me, I think we are looking at foundational technology, so people who are building IP. So that is, the first one. Second is, it's not connected to space, it would be in any startup is, founders who are passionate about the problem, that they are looking to solve. And I think third would be persistence.
To say something different to what he said. No, those are anyway there. So I'd say in this area, at least even today, access to network, access to expertise, access to supplier network, I think is quite important. Otherwise, you can flounder or you can flail around for quite a bit before you get to the right stage. So I'd say access to expertise, one of the first things that I ask for is how many ISRO, DRDO senior folks actually are your mentors, right? So that's an important point. But I think differentiating as the space tech sector deepens, it's also important to see how a new company that is being set up now is differentiating itself from a Skyroot or a Bellatrix or an Agnikul. Or are they trying to do more of the same? In which case, how are they differentiating themselves from them? I think that's an important question that will increasingly come in. At the growth stage, the challenges are very different, Kotsab, as you know. It's about what's your GTM, what's your pipeline looking like, how are you confident of selling, you've space qualified. Absolutely. And of course, space qualification is the first question, and then you get to the rest. No, but it's a negative. Certainly, if they have blank faces when we speak about that, it just goes to show that you haven't thought through some of the basics. I mean, even today, that kind of expertise comes only from 2 pools, ISRO and DRDO. The system is not mature enough for other kinds of experts to come in. I mean, there are downstream applications where you may not need them, but I'm talking about more the upstream. Certainly, when you're talking about launch vehicles or satellites or propulsion systems, definitely yes. But as you go downstream, that's not a necessary requirement.
Point of view on this?
conflict, I just take off. I mean, with Srikanth, you cannot have conflict. Srikanth is the defining word. So, no, two things that I just want to pick up on, right? So, first was for people building in the same space also, right? I think the ecosystem has evolved so rapidly and so well that it is possible to do the same thing that someone tried 7 years back and do it in a more compressed time frame. The manufacturing ecosystem is better, the people doing 3D printing, the people doing additive manufacturing, rapid prototyping as an option is, available to people. I remember it used to take, year to get like a prototype back, people doing things in, turbo machinery and all, right? To high precision parts will take 1 year for, in and out prototype to happen. The other part of it is doing the same thing but approaching it differently. We spoke a little bit about PNT in some of your slides. So positioning and timing. And one thing I noticed in a lot of Sir's slides was that there was a conspicuous absence of China in a lot of the things. But I mean, the reality is that they are there in the ecosystem. I mean, Baidu is a extremely large, positioning and, PNT solution alongside a GPS, Galileo, Navic, GLONASS, right? And I mean, China is also one of the, after the US, launch cadence is by far the highest. But to talk about PNT was always done in GSO, right? Today, people are saying, hey, how do we do PNT in LEO? And that is an approach. You're solving the same problem originally, but, different approach. So I think that is also happening in the Indian ecosystem today. And I think
right now who are working on UPNT.
exactly, man. I know.
Just to add one point. Both of them are correct. He is talking about IPs, he is talking about the expertise. But before coming to that ISRO expertise, I should say the skill and passion of the people. Because I have seen all the three sides, that is the reason I am telling. You have to bring out with the team to one level where you, let's say prototyping or ideation, etc., will be done. When you want to fine tune, obviously the reliability has to go up. So there the ISRO's, let us say, mentorship is required. But before that, 70 to 80% of the effort has to be done by the freshers. It has to be seen in a different way. That's what he mentioned, different way and in an innovative way, taking from the fundamentals. If they do so, because otherwise copying, we need adoption, not copying. So the skill, the manpower, the qualified, interested, passionate people, children or youngsters, who should bring to a level where that has to be fine-tuned by the ISRO experts. I think this product mix brings investors also confidence, as well as the technology point of view, success rate, heritage building.
Yes. I think that has got to be one of the strongest factors in the thing.
I'll just add one other point. And Leo PNT Sanyark is here, right? To connect that back to the conversation we had, when we started off, is availability of capital, right? Sanyark, is Raghav here? Yeah, I see him, yeah. Akhilesh. So I'll just put that in perspective, right? They are starting off today, right? People who have recently left industry and have multiple term sheets. Not ashamed to say we made an offer to them. They said, no, Manu, you're too small. We need a bigger brand. And so they went with that. But the interesting thing is there are now multiple people who are, evaluating companies in something as complicated as Leo PNT. So one part is, there is money. I think the understanding and other things have to evolve, but there is money, there is interest to participate in something like that. And these are not people who have, been in that startup for a year or 2 years. Matlab, kal ka startup hai, right? So I think that's the ecosystem has evolved.
I think he's still not drawn his last pay from ISRO and he's already landed money, right?
No, not needed.
Abhishek and Sudhir, one-liner. What are the biggest myths about the space industry in general and about the Indian space industry that you've come across that you've had to dispel?
the misconceptions in people's minds? Short answer.
Sir, short answer, people associate space industry to launch only. So it's not just launch vehicle, it's satellite, it's ground system, it's logistics, it's data, it's manufacturing. So it's much bigger than a launch vehicle. Not saying that launch is bad or it's a very small entity, it's a big entity, it's a workhorse of the mission, but it's more than this. So that's a misconception, I would say, that ISRO is equal to PSLV or something like that. That's a misconception.
He said very perfectly, because I was about to tell satellite and let us say launch vehicle is the misconception. Let us say if you add another thing, deep tech. See, the deep tech, I do not know what is the deep tech. It all comes out of chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, electronics engineering, except one remote sensing. All other are general fundamental engineerings. Okay, I don't know why the space, because probably I think so-called dual kind of this thing, many people have not approached that area. It has not come to the consumer as it was like a consumer industry. Probably the deep tech, very high tech, not even deep tech, it should be deep tech only, very high deep tech. That conception should go away. It is not. Any industry who is doing, let us say you call it all electronics industries, L&T, which is doing manufacturing for any kind of general fabrication, they are doing rocket motors. HAL, also the same thing. Centum, Anand Technologies, whoever is doing any kind of electronics, let us say packaging, they are doing for ISRO. So that means it is not very complicated high tech. Only thing is you have to bifurcate them into minute level, understand, and hierarchical systems you have to adopt to qualify the systems. That's all.
Much, everybody. I think there's some great insights and perspectives that we have got from this diverse panel. I think useful to both the investor community as well as the entrepreneurs who are seated in this audience. And all that's left for me is to thank T-Hub and also to thank the audience here. Before we take on the questions, I'd just like to thank all of my panelists here and join me in giving them a big hand before we move on to the questions. I think there's time for a quick question or two before we move on to the next part of today's program.
Major question. I think Manu sir touched up on it a little earlier regarding China. So even in the morning discussion, I think the idea of India servicing the global south came up a few times, and even with everything our government is doing, this is kind of the narrative that we're building at the moment. As mentioned, China is also a big player, especially within servicing the global south, especially within launch services and space services, etc. How can we compete with them? Are we going to be able to compete with them in the first place? And since we have two VCs on this panel, I want to ask you guys, would you consider this to be a risk in the first place? And if yes, what are the actions you would take to hedge against it? And for the rest of our panel members, I want to get your thoughts, what is being done to kind of build against this threat or competition or whatever, Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll give you my perspective. I'll give Shrikant the last word. China has been building, they've launched, I'm sure in other parts of the ecosystem as well. The point here is that one, there is a geopolitical, risk associated with that. We have certain advantages of being where we are. That is something that we have to take advantage of. Having said that, we have fantastic engineering talent. I think some of the engineering ideas, the science ideas that I'm seeing in space are, ideas that I would back to hit a global, market. We're not talking Indian market. Like if I'm saying ethereal, for example, right? We're saying, hey, they're going to try bringing down the cost of launch even further than, what is today a few $1,000s per kg, right? If you take downlinking, There are like very interesting guys, who are doing light-based downlinking, for example. Guys like Sanyark who are doing PNT, right? All of this is stuff that will be globally competitive. This is not an India use case at all, right? So we've always had great engineering talent. I think the infrastructure to support that talent is coming online now. And then there is capital from people like us. There is capital, I think, a couple of levels below us. Grant capital that is coming in, low-cost loans that are coming, all the different incubator, early support that is coming in from all the different incubators. And then seed stage interest. Like Srikanth mentioned, our own LPs are interested in investing in space. So one, we are a conduit for them to find companies in this space, but two, they are also deploying capital on their own into the broader space ecosystem. As someone like a Chandran here who runs Campus Angels, he'll tell you all of his investors as part of the network are actively wanting to invest in stuff that is happening in space. I think they're doing a deal called Dream Aerospace in building thrusters. So now the education, the LPs are also educated. They are interested about some of these deals. I think it's important and incumbent that the education continues. Today, some of it is a little bit of FOMO, I'm seeing. He said, launch, and there's a lot of FOMO. All the money goes into FOMO, into launch, and all the valuation also goes there. There is other parts of the ecosystem that also need funding, but it's good. Like a Galaxy is getting funded, have had good outcomes. A Pixel has had good outcomes. So I think we're in a fantastic spot. The reason I pointed it out was because it's the elephant in the room that they are also there, right? The US is not our only benchmark, but having said that, they are nowhere close to what SpaceX has done, right? The Long March, and I think the last week the booster it failed to land back, and hopefully we should be in a place where we are able to beat them to that. But for that, the surrounding infra has to support. The government has to support. I think multiple are. I think there is a vision from the center and multiple states to support build outs in this space, and I think people like us are also around for that journey.
Thanks, Manu. I just wanted to ask a question to Air Vice Marshal. On the regulatory front, what is happening? Because a sector like biotechnology or medtech, there are so many hurdles an entrepreneur has to cross before they reach the market. What will be a similar kind of a thing in the space sector?
Can I take on your question when we come to the interactive part at the end? At the moment, I'd just like the questions to the panel to be there. Last question now.
Hi. So my question is more like an open-ended one because I've seen how the user segment of all the space-based services work. So if you take just PNT as an example, most of the receivers that work in the PNT segment have a code chip that is very rarely made in the country. For example, there are players like Accord and players like Signal Chip, etc., who are trying to build the chips indigenously. But then PNT is such a big sector that most of the applications come from mass market devices like mobile phones or automotives or some of the other very involved semiconductor technology development. From that perspective, how do you see that we tackle this particular problem? Because obviously, space as a sector is not enough to meet the scale that is required for semiconductor manufacturing. But then how do we address it so that we don't have to depend, let's say, on AMD or Intel for these chips in the long run, at least?
You are there in NAVIC. How did you manage the NAVIC receiver in the mobiles? See, thing is, for everything there would be a solution. Probably, I think we may have to bring out the technology and escalate that one for the public, let us say, utilization, and required policies have to be emerged. Probably interest center, that is where the InSpace is sitting to bring out such kind of things at global level for leveraging the thing. The way we have handled Navic chip with Qualcomm, I think the same model we can adopt.
That. See, much like our investing in space, I think the investing and the build out has to happen in semiconductors as well. I think that becomes a extremely critical cog in India's future, right? Again, I'll go back to at the Tesla this thing, right? AGM, he spoke about wanting to build a terafab. Whoever controls a fab controls compute, right? I think that's a statement that they made. So it's super critical. I think people like me, we are investing in the semiconductor build out, investing in fabless, fab, verification, that entire ecosystem. And there are other funds who are looking to back ideas in those spaces as well. And more importantly, like I said, the government is also getting involved, right? India Semiconductor Mission is there, DLI 1.0, DLI 2.0. There is grants of, 3-4 million that are coming into building for startups building in the space. So it is something that will side by side have to build. Unfortunately, it's not something that we have already built out for people like you, but I think it will definitely grow as we continue to evolve.
Thanks for that perspective. And just to clear one misconception here, to say that the space sector is not adequate to support a semiconductor or a chip building industry. If you just take the GNSS solutions on the ground, okay, if you take the chips that have to go into mobile phones, which will be receiving chips, there'll be direct to device kind of solutions. There'll be platform based integration of GNSS chips that would be required. If you just take the military sector alone, every vehicle, every aircraft, every ship, people out there, everyone is going to need to have a GNSS chip enabled device with him. If you take all the cars in the country which are supposed to have a Navic chip, so that every car actually, when it leaves the highway, there is no FASTag required and it's told accordingly. If you take the applications that are there on the ground, the number of chips required are in millions and millions. So I think if we do the math, and we've done some of the math in the armed forces there on this, the scale is absolutely enormous. What's going to fall short is our ability to actually put up a fab that can meet that requirement. So the problem is actually, on the other side. Shoes on the other foot. We'll not debate right now. I think we're running out of time here. So we will take it up definitely in the later section. So once again, thank you very much, everybody, for those incisive questions. And once again, a big hand for the panel here. Thank you so very much, everybody.
Thank you to the panel for such wonderful insights. And I request the panel to come back onto the dais and Devi Reddy Garu to give out the mementos to all the presentees. Thank you. And we have 2 more sessions coming up, so it'd be great if you just stayed back.
We request the audience to hang back. We have an exciting session coming up.
We can be little more candid because crowd has come down. So we'll be freely talking also. So F square, fireside chat with C square, that's what Roshani, I guess, yeah, she has told. F square, founder and funder. Fireside chat with C square, Chiran and Chetan. So that's what it means. Happy to be part, and this is like my home. We work out of here. First, is a quick introduction about Chetan. Chetan is a founding partner at AUM Ventures, and before that he was managing a major family office in UAE. And he built portfolio in global tech and deep tech. He was an investor in SpaceX. Then he started AUM to invest in founders in India. So this session is primarily for you guys. Get as much as you can through my questions. I'm trying to represent all you folks here, asking him some very tough questions. Yeah, moving on to the first question, Chetan. It's very interesting to note that from your first fund, you have invested in 5 startups, even Pawan mentioned in the morning. Maybe that's a record in India, I guess. So can you just walk around, give your thoughts or insights on that?
Thanks, Chiran, and great to be here. Good to meet all. Thanks, Hyderbad in space. So first of all, the person who introduced and also Chiran, he mentioned that I run AUM Ventures. It is not AUM Ventures, it is OM Ventures. And OM, the correct spelling of OM is AUM, so that's why it's AUM, but it's OM Ventures. But yes, so Chiran, the reason to start OM Ventures was, in my previous role, I saw global investors kind of always fascinated about India, but they didn't know how to access India. And at the same time, most of the capital was going to US and other markets. And India, especially in innovation-backed, IP-led sectors like space tech, where, over the years, we've been so proud of how, ISRO has, kind of come about, has done such a great work in the ecosystem. It was just a matter of time that private companies will also come through, right? So as I started building out OM Ventures, given my earlier investment in SpaceX when I was at the family office, space tech was something which I thought, no one was really investing back then. So met with many founders in the ecosystem, spoke to ISRO at that time. And finally, we invested in Skyroot. And it's funny today because, Skyroot was like our first investment. And our last investment, which is in Sanyak, is also in space tech, right? So from our fund. And of course, you've now also a part of our journey. So I think one is personally super fascinated about space tech as a sector, but I think if you look at globally and throughout the day we've heard so much about the thesis, about the areas, and I feel it's still so early. It's still so early. The opportunity is massive. I think as investors, it's just that we need to spend a little bit more time, with founders to really understand, why they are building it and somewhere get comfortable with obviously the idea behind what they want to build. And of course it will take long, but I feel investing in space tech can be super rewarding as well. So one is you're supporting somewhere in nation building, right? But at the same time, as an investor you could also make good returns.
Most of the companies invested in for so that these folks can build those founder rights?
Yeah, I mean, when you're writing the first check, there is no product. Sometimes it's just an idea. But I think the most important thing is really sitting down with the founder to understand, the why of, what he's building. Because somewhere, as we meet founders, it's also important that, we look at them with respect because they are kind of devoting their prime years of their life in building something. So there has to be some thing which drives them, and really sitting down with them to understand that, okay, what is that key driver for them, and then maybe also look at what experience they are coming with, which gives a little bit more confidence that, okay, they've seen this, they've done this in the past. And third is, of course, then we take a view on the sector as well. But I think at that stage, largely we over-index on the founder. So, let me give Chiran's example, right? I mean, Chiran, he when I met him, he was still serving his notice period at ISRO, and he wanted to build this, Cosmoserve to solve this problem, and I mean, it's a big problem statement, and I think with the kind of announcements which Elon is making, suddenly I feel Chiran will be in demand from tomorrow, right? So, but again, at the same time, coming from ISRO, and it's a fireside chat, so I should also ask you questions. So he was, he was technical. He was still very raw in that sense. He's not like the founder that you see him today. And maybe, Chiran, you should talk about what your journey has been from coming in from ISRO and then coming into the startup system. And now you are on TV shows and you are all over. So what's been that kind of shift?
So Chetan was the first investor I met in person. So he asked me, he was living in UAE, Dubai, and he was coming to Bangalore. I was in Bangalore. He asked me, let's catch up. So naturally what I'll do, I do not know all this ecosystem. I booked a very fine dining place during a brunch. So we both went. It was all very noisy, families coming in for the brunch. We could not talk much. So the next meeting he set up. Now he understood that I did not know anything about this industry. So the next meeting he set up in a coffee shop. So coffee shops are the places where investors and founders meetings will happen. Not in the brunches, these investor meets will happen. That I understood while I was walking through this journey. So during the first meeting, he was asking me what kind of dilution you are thinking. So I know only this chemical dilution, or I know the dilution in the evening, right? We all boys know the dilution in the evening. I did not know what was the dilution he was talking. Then he told, okay, what is the valuation you're thinking? Oh, I know the word valuation. So then that's where I catched up the word. And later he told whether your lead investor is giving you the DD. Lead investors in the US, where he will give DD, he will do wire transfer, while he will do demand draft. Then, dude, it's not demand draft, it is due diligence, whether the lead investor is giving due diligence. So I learned the words, I learned the vocabulary of startup while I was talking to people. I did not read books, I read people. I spoke to founders. And in the very recent show of Bharat Ke Super Founders, one of the investors was telling, you are a businessman silently waiting with science. That all happened because I agree what I don't know. And I'm shameless in telling that I don't know. I learn things while the journey is. That's how the journey started. And thankful to all the investors who believed in us. And as he said, I was very raw. I was like a pure scientist coming out, trying to understand business. Now we are doing something because of people who trusted in us, put their initial checks, and who believed in our vision. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I'll go to the next question. Yeah, it's a very interesting question. The statistics say 52.3% successful startups are by solo founders. But for the major institutes, the first checkbox is whether there are co-founders or not. But I think you have invested in many companies with solo founders also. So can you just throw some insights into that?
I think it depends from the venture that you're building, and it has to be very organic. You cannot just make kind of a founding team happen. So there have been companies where from the very start, the founders felt that we have to be 3 co-founders, And we are actually looking for a fourth co-founder also because, that's the requirement of the business. So that's something which is a very early, insight which they themselves have of how they want to build the company. Second is where, two people we invested in Sanyak where, Raghav and Akhilesh kind of, knew each other, came together, discussed about, the problem statement. Both had complementary skill sets and they teamed up. So that's again a great, combination. When we met you, you had your own kind of thought process of how you wanted to build. And, now you're building out a very strong team under you. It has to be what you believe or the founder believes is the right team structure because this is not a 2-year journey, 3-year journey. It's a 10-year long journey, and when someone is building, and if we are backing them or anyone investor is backing them, it has to be like a long, successful, big outcome as well. So it's a long journey to take, and as founder, how comfortable someone is in terms of what is the right team is what looking, but that's not something which has to be an important for us. We've backed 4-member teams, 5-member teams, solo member teams as well, so that's not a concern.
We talked about the good qualities of the founders. Now, I want to understand what are the red flags you see when you are talking
Uh,
not just the founders or the entire business or market or whatever it is. What kind of red flags you will be noticing when you are first evaluating investment?
So, see, one thing is that anyone building in space tech or even a wider deep tech kind of opportunity, somewhere you have to build for the world, right? It cannot be just built for India. Because deep tech is global. It's not a consumer business, say like a Zepto, which is nuanced for Indian markets. And, so deep tech from day zero, you have to compete globally. So somewhere having that founder awareness on what is really happening in that sector and the space globally is important. So that's something which we don't see, or we see where founders themselves have not understood competition. That they put a competitive slide, but then when you look at companies, they bring in software companies as competition while they are product companies, right? So that's something. So founder awareness is important. Global awareness is important. Competitive awareness is important. And second is in terms of especially at an early stage when we are investing, we also speak to them about the team and the composition and everything. So sometimes founders are not very clear or they have not thought through. So, and which is important because that's a red flag if you've not thought through the team. We backed another startup building in semicon space. He was a senior guy coming from Intel US, and he wanted to build something in custom chips. So at that time there was just him. There was no deck, all of that. So we went through this process. We spoke to him, but he had already identified the next level team. He in fact put me in touch with them to say that once I raise, they're happy to leave and join me, right? So that is what is required. I mean, you need to give that comfort to investors about how are you thinking of building the company, what is the team, how are you going to execute on your plan. And I think last thing which I would say is that sometimes in space tech and in deep tech, largely founders come from a technical background. So they don't really understand the P&L or the business side of things. So I think they don't really work on their business plan, and I think that's kind of a red flag in a way. So we spend a lot of time, and we went through a lot of that together. Is that how do you make your business plan? What they do simply is, okay, this is our requirement, and maybe I want to raise 3 million or 2 million. But then they don't know really for what they require, when they want to spend, how is that linked to the different TRL levels that they would be reaching or the different milestones they would be reaching. So sitting with them to put that down in a business plan, that quarter on quarter, what is the spend required, so that in a way you reach a point where they also understand that, okay, maybe I don't need 3. If with 2 I can reach here, and that way you can quickly get going. You don't really have to raise a larger round. You also dilute less, right? So it works out well for the founder as well.
Right, so the key takeaways are built from India to the globe. And the second one is now what you are talking. I think these are the two key takeaways we can take from here. And as he said during the first meeting which happened during the brunch, he asked me how much you are raising. I said 3 million. Then for 3 million I was prepared. What are you going to do with 3 million? I was prepared, I answered. He gave me some scenarios. If you are getting only 0.5 million, what are you going to do with that? If you are getting only 1 million, what are you going to do with that? So every 0.5 million step, he wanted me to prepare a chart. I prepared a chart during the next meeting in the coffee shop. We both sat, saw the charts, we understood, and that's how he guided me, and that really helped me in building the business. So while we are getting close to the time to close, a quick rapid fire. I'll give you 2 options and you need to select one. So market or team? Nice. Brand or product? Okay. Branding is also important, do you think?
But branding and packaging yourself is important, but there has to be something in the package, right? So the product has to be there.
Growth or profitability?
At the stage where we come in, growth definitely, and then of course we work with the companies because growth has to be there, and then of course you work on unit economics as well. But you have to also move fast, so agility is also important.
Question: long-term vision or quick execution?
Vision has to be there. I think without vision, you really cannot reach anywhere. And then, of course, backed by strong execution.
Speed or precision?
I think in deep tech, precision is important. But in whatever you're building, there has to be that hustle and agility. You cannot kind of build with, today funding is available, investors' appetite is increasing. So the resources are there. So now it's about, kind of building the team together to, also drive it fast, right? So today, if, and what we've seen with, your team as well, right? How fast you've moved in terms of your product. So, that thing, if you had taken 2 years, then, obviously there is someone else who could, come and build out, right? So even for the team, it is important that, they are fast, they're capturing the market, because you have to be number one, number two in what you're doing. Then only you can build $1 billion business, right? Otherwise, yeah.
So you better founder or an operator?
Operator who's a founder is good. So.
Nice. You bet on moonshot or study build ideas?
So one, I somehow don't agree with this whole concept of moonshot. What is moonshot, right? Moonshot is a big outcome, and it's a very binary outcome, right? So you cannot have, it can become zero or, but I don't think we look at it that way. Obviously, we would want every company to really become a big business, a scalable business, a lasting business, and a legacy which will continue. So to build a successful as well as a scalable business, it's important to have that kind of mindset from day zero. You cannot just come up with some fancy new idea and say that, okay, I want to build on that basis, create some FOMO, that this is a hot sector. In fact, we avoid hot sectors, right? So we stay away from them. At that time, when I took a bet on space tech, no one was really investing in space tech. And that's how, we started building more conviction, then went more deeper into that sector. So we've done variety of companies in space tech, and now each of them are also complementary to each other in a way. Hot sectors, no FOMO, take your time, but at the same time, if you're taking venture money, then speed is important as well, right? So you have to move fast,
So you look for IPOs or M&A, mergers and acquisitions?
Fund for us, and even for it depends on company where it is reaching. After Series A, Series B, you kind of get a sense of where the company is. And if you feel that it cannot be a big scalable outcome, you could start preparing for M&A opportunities. But if you believe that this is something which, you can take it forward, then obviously IPO is always great. Yeah.
So we had discussions on frameworks. You have few minutes to touch upon those frameworks if you want to.
No frameworks. I think these are more mindset things which I believe in as founders we should all have is see, if you are building, you have to have self-belief. And I think self-belief is the most important thing. If you don't believe in yourself, no one else will believe in you. I remember Swami Vivekananda has written somewhere that, the whole concept was that if you don't believe in God, you are an atheist. But the new concept is if you don't believe in yourself, you are an atheist, right? So you have to have self-belief. And with that belief, somewhere as a founder, you have to be fearless, right? I think you cannot build with any kind of doubt, worry, anxiety, all of that. Founder journey is always full of ups and downs. So you have to be kind of grounded. You have to stay focused. You have to kind of build for the long term. And not go for any short term accolades or stuff like that. Just stay focused. Have that self belief in you. Irrespective of good days, bad days. Just keep executing. And I can share my own personal. When I started Home Ventures, and by the time I got my license, the whole markets had crashed. 2020, early 2023. So there was no one investing in venture capital. So one day, I was chatting with my dad. He's a self-made man, and I was just speaking to him that how did he in those back in the day, think about building it, and he gave a very no. He said one more thing is that anything you start building, you have to give 1,000 days to it. So for 1,000 days, don't let any worry, anxiety come. Just focus on execution, and within 1,000 days, everything will get sorted. And I've seen that play out for us, and I've seen that play out for a lot of other founders as well. So yeah, I think you have to be motivated. You have to be disciplined as well. But at the same time, just believe in yourself. I think that solves a lot of the problems.
The father, right? Yeah, it was always pleasure talking to you. Thank you for being on this chat.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you for such an engaging fireside chat, Chiranjeevi and Chetna. Now, Chetan, sorry. And now I request our AVM, DV Code G, to please come up on stage. No doctor this time. To please come up on stage to give the mementos. Thank you. Thank you for all the audience who've been patiently waiting. So now up next is the brainstorm session introduction. We now move into the open house brainstorming session, Sea Hive, the Capital Collective. This is a moderated discussion aimed at building practical frameworks and approaches for mobilizing private capital into the Indian space economy. And this session is being moderated by our AVM DV Code G. I now invite DV Code G onto the stage.
Good evening, everybody. And the caffeine is now almost visible. Why don't we all move down and make this a cozy conversation? Can we just come close so we can use the same mics? Okay. So this last bit, time has kind of overtaken us a little bit. Nobody moved down for lunch when it was time for lunch. Then nobody moved up to the hall when it was time to get back. Okay. Then I spoke too much, I think. So we're short of time. So anyway, what we'll do is, there were some questions and things that that people had. We could, come down. Let's bring it closer. And so this is the time where you can literally ask any question, bring out any views and perspectives that you have. We have some of the investors here, we have some of the entrepreneurs here, we have InSpace here, and we have T-Hub here. So let's go.
Sir, when is InSpace opening a branch in Hyderabad?
You'll have to keep sending us biryani and entice us to come here closer. Sir. Yeah, I mean, frankly, most of us in InSpace wish we were anywhere else but Ahmedabad, but what do we do? So for a variety of reasons. Yeah, so we being a central body and a central government organization, we are headquartered there. And we have one wing which operates out of Bangalore, the Promotion Directorate. Yeah.
Actually, sir, especially with startups like Skyroot and Dhruva being here, that's a very good suggestion, sir. It's a very good place and it should be amazing.
Oh, I have no doubt. I think the second longest time I have spent anywhere in my career in the Air Force was Hyderabad. I love the place. I would love to be here. But you have to understand that we don't have to be co-located with any of the industrial elements. Otherwise, the largest ecosystem is actually Bangalore and around that. But that doesn't matter. Work will happen for everybody.
One more thing, sir.
Recently, I was part of recently I'm part of E-Summit IIT Madras. When I see this higher education institutions and campuses in colleges, the way IIT Madras has built the startup ecosystem, especially in the deep tech space, and the kind of synergy it has with all the government bodies and all, if that can be replicated with at least the tier 1 colleges across India, that will go a long way. I myself, I'm the co-founder of Nandi Ventures. We invest in early stage startups. One of the recent startups we invested in, 20-year-old students from Bitspilani, Hyderabad campus, they build drones in their hostel rooms, which fly at 300 kilometers per hour, carrying a payload capacity, and Indian Army is procuring from them. Sir, Young India is fully awake. They are aspirational, and gradually the ecosystem is evolving. If these collaborations can happen at the college level itself, right now we see those collaborations happening at incubation level. Right now, how InSpace and T-Hub happened. If we can build these collaborations at the college level, I see many wonderful things happening for India.
Great thought. Anybody, any views on this, or anybody knows of an ecosystem that's developing in that manner? Yeah, T-Hub. Sitting right here. Okay. Just a data point for you. InSpace has a pre-incubation entrepreneurship program, the PIE. It's called the PIE Development Program, in which the first tranche is already on, started last year, started in 24. And as of now, we've got somewhere around 9 to 10 very, very young entrepreneurs, including people who are still in the 4th year of college or just out of that. And we support them with funds in a milestone-based fashion. And so we start with the aspiration or the model is for 75 people as the starting point. Each one gets about 1 lakh rupees to develop the idea they're working on. Then out of that, it's shortlisted to the last 20 and then to the last 10. And so the money available to them goes on until it comes to about 10 lakhs. So this is even before, they have done anything else. So it's kind of a pre-incubation entrepreneurship program. And there could be others. You are absolutely right that we need more of such incubation and startup development, frameworks. IIT Madras pioneered. Okay, there's also the startup TN that they work with together. There's also the ITNT. So, whatever they've done in Tamil Nadu is fantastic. What's happening here in T-Hub, it's amazing, very, very impressive. What Karnataka is doing, if you've heard of the Elevate program and all of that, that's wonderful. In Gujarat, there is the iHub. So it's not as if that ecosystem is not everywhere. It's developing, it's expanding. So I think as time goes on, we should be able to do more and more. You had a point, sir.
My name is Anand here. I work for a company, Rosenberger. It's a German company. We are basically into RF connectors and cable assemblies. But I would like to bring one point is that the defense, aerospace, now the RF technology is widely used. What I understand is we are still not manufacturing those RF connectors. And so we are still importing, especially if you are going into the space tech. What I understand is those qualified, of course, we are good at Jugaad. We can do the things at very low cost. But still, when it goes for a qualification, we are still getting it from Europe. So I would request, the InSpace and T-Hub, what are the, what is that in the Indian ecosystem that is going to take care of manufacturing those chips? Again, we are trying to do it. The similar fashion, RF requires a lot of investments to come in. So I would like to, any comments?
Yeah, before I, put in my 2 bits here, I want to ask the investors here, is there a way that we can put together some kind of a framework where more of the money that's required to build something from scratch like this, strategic electronics, something that we have not really done, as a country, in the manner required, and the entrepreneurs here, is there something we can do to make this kind of a thing happen? So the government has just put in, 24,000 crores outlay for the electronic sector. A lot of it is going to go into data centers and AI/ML. But there is a lot of money that the government is putting in, and it's obvious that they see electronics as a strategic sector, and these are strategic dependencies. How do we break these dependencies? Some of it may require us to bring in, technologies from elsewhere, so transfers or JVs, perhaps, to start building them here. Some of it will require to be R&D because no one is going to share those technologies with you, right? Yuri Gagarin went up in 1961. We still have to work upon our own technologies to put our man out in space. No one shares these technologies. So if we have to go it alone, how are we going to do this as an ecosystem? And there is a tendency to say, what is InSpace doing about it? InSpace is going to try and enable whatever it is that all of you want to do. The strategies we build is to strengthen the ecosystem that you can race ahead. But you should be wanting to do it. So can we? And if you look at the theme for this particular session, it's about a capital collective, right? And every time we do this event, there are more than enough investors who assure us that there is no dearth of money.
So, see, today somewhere our ecosystem is fragmented. So you have IIT network on one side, and they have their own incubation centers and all of that. Then you have the VC and the community which is investing, and you have also the corporates who are actually been there, but they are today, at least I see, not playing a very active role in nurturing startups. So one is that, can there be some government, kind of initiative with corporates to build like really strong CVCs to invest in, deep tech ecosystem? Second is, I'm hopeful that with this whole RDI initiative, where even the incubation centers are now looking to set up their own funds to deploy in deep tech, right? And that, I think, because they're, if they can drive also a lot of very early stage, investments, because they see areas because of students, who are working or studying there. So that could be a good enabler as well. Second, as VCs, obviously we, have been investing in these areas, and, we try to look at, okay, what are the new emerging themes? And there, if we can have more government policy support, as we see some traction, something moving along, I think that could be the other enabler. Like today, how InSpace is supporting the ecosystem, but it was not there, say 7-8 years back, but now it is there. So then, you guys are doing great job there. So similarly, every industry needs to have some ecosystem player who kind of comes in, acts as a bridge, right? Where, someone has to talk to government and make things happen. Someone has to talk to corporates, make things happen, right? Or to the academia and all of that. So I think, it's always a process. India is what it is. And, we take 5 steps, we go back a couple of steps, but I'm hopeful that things are moving in the right direction. There is now strong kind of support and mindset coming from the top to make India from a startup nation to a deep tech nation. And I think things will happen.
Good.
Mentioned, I think, you got to see how you become that dominant manufacturing base first. A lot of these things are connected to your manufacturing capabilities, right? So, just as a matter of learning, I went to China last year, in September last year, and we visited all the deep tech companies there. So there's so much to learn from China when it comes to how they've reached where they have reached, right? There is a very clear policy decision they've taken 20 years back, 10 years back, and provincial state governments promote local industries. They give them whatever incentives, and then there's hyper competition there. So that, pretty much pushes each company to keep improving, because if they don't improve next year, they'll be gone. Someone else will take away their market share. So that whole mindset is something that we have a long way to get there when it comes to electronics manufacturing and things like that. What I can add is we are becoming stronger in the electronic manufacturing services sector. Maybe some of these large, like examples like Dixon Technologies and companies of those sort, maybe if they start supporting, component manufacturers, I think that's another way to, bring startups in this sector. Again, it might require a mindset shift. So I'll share our personal experience. Whenever we've seen a corporate trying to invest in a startup, the mindset is not generally the right mindset. It's like, okay, we want to acquire this company, right? Like versus we will give it some orders, we will put in some money and use it as a financial investment. But that's typically not something that we've seen. Even on, say, PSUs doing their own venture arm, I think, again, we've seen examples where there are some PSUs whose venture arms have invested in our companies. And sometimes we don't see the same mindset. They are like, I'll give you one small example. Like, there is, in one company, all the investors agreed that the founder should be given some management stock options. But this one investor is saying, we will only give you management stock options if you give us an exit. So like, it's also knowing what is the right way to help a company grow, right? Like that. So I don't know if PSUs investing in startups, maybe they provide the capital, but is that the solution? I'm not so sure. I think it's a lot of learning. It'll take its time. But like IDEX has been very successful on the defense side. So something on those lines for the electronics sector could be very helpful.
You got a point. Yeah, so I think we can add one more word to this, the capital collective. We can look at the community and capital collective. I think something which we as India has not done very well is bringing the communities together to do something without having individual agendas, right? Number one. Just last week, we had a very interesting closed-door meeting with one of the economic advisors from Niti Aayog. And the graphs that we were shown on the manufacturing was 15 to 25% growth in the next, or contribution of manufacturing to the total GDP, right? By 2047 for Vikasit Bharat. And then there were stark realities where colleges in Hyderabad, they're shutting down mechanical departments. Their intake of core industries or core engineering has gone down to 30%. Too much of a paradox here, right? If we have to do something even in small scale for manufacturing for space, I think the core industries or the core engineering has to be glamorized back again, right? Too much of computer science having 8 branches in the same college versus no branches of mechanical in that college. I think the communities will have to come together. I have about 1,100 flats in my community. If we bring some of us together to do some level of research, some level of funding, even if the government doesn't get involved, it's fine, right? Once the government sees success over the next 3 to 5 years in some of these initiatives, the only thing that the government has to do is to stamp it that this is the right way, this is a legal thing that is happening, please go and participate in that. Some of these things will have to be done, which are probably radical, which are probably not been done before, but I think we are looking at 2047, $30 trillion. We have to do something radical.
If I may share as well. So there's one thing that we've been observing from funding these startups, because these startups might have great innovation, but they may lack the underwriting of certain risks like manufacturing, etc., which are capital intensive. So we've seen bigger companies, to take some examples, Ananta Technologies, SEC Technologies, etc., which are investing into the innovative startups, thereby supporting them with the capital extensive work and adopting the innovation that the startup brings. And I feel this is going to be an ongoing trend where companies such as these will play a vital role in the capital. Besides this, I think we have some family offices here as well, because Ranjit from Chirate today brought out a very important point about structural restrictions for a VC fund to invest because of its life cycle limitation. We have many family offices that are very actively participating because of their liberty to be able to exceed that. I would also like to allude to the point regarding RF and semiconductor level innovation, which has to happen indigenously. Here I'll take pride to mention that we have seen some of the startups within T-Hub ecosystem, my team's favorite being VASBeam, which is actually working in RF semiconductor space. Many more beyond that, so just taking one example, don't quote me for that. So we are definitely seeing that happening. I think definitely encouraged by the semiconductor mission, DLI, PLI schemes. And also space schemes for component level. And there's a lot of supply chain development that it is enabling as well, such as alloys and newer advanced materials that go into components in space. So all that supply chain also hopefully will mature to support the entirety of this ecosystem. Thank you.
Yeah. So to begin with, I would like to quote by rephrasing not exactly the words, but what you said in the morning when you gave your session. It's really disappointing or dissatisfying to see the core components of space technology, the chips, which we still import. So I would like to take two examples recently, which has happened with the Indian and international our counterparts. The Dassault agreement, which we did with the Rafael deals, which have extended to much further than what initially it was. In collaboration with an Indian company, we're going to do the manufacturing here in India. That's one. And number two, sorry, sir?
Are you talking about offsets?
Yes. So, and the second thing with our good old friend Russia, with the Sukhoi, so where the whole world is still fighting around the 5th generation fighters, even Russia has the 6th generation as a concept level. They are willing to share, to co-develop that with India in India. I really don't know the details, whether they're going to share the proprietary technology with us. But then when we see that in the defense sector, which is more exclusive, or I'm sorry, it's more intrinsic for the countries to share the technology, even for the manufacturing, offsite. Why not the same thing happening in the space sector? That's number one. And a few of the other things which people have mentioned, and even you mentioned in the beginning, that the collectiveness has to bring between the industries needs to talk, connect more often. Because you said, you gave an example which I really don't remember out of my mind. We are looking for some vendor out in Germany, but then we realize that somebody is manufacturing somewhere in India. So, Indian government recently has had a platform called GEM, where all the manufacturing companies are coming, and we are getting testimonials from the manufacturers that they're getting a lot from being on GEM, just registered. So, why not have a similar a platform like that for the space technology? These are the few things which I would wanted your.
Yeah, so GEM's happening. We have already got a MOU going with GEM, and we are working with the industry because space products are not that easy to get on a marketplace. Specifications, a lot of the engineering specs, parameters, pricing, so there are many different things which are being resolved right now. But we've started on space on GEM over a year and 3 months ago. Other things, when you say space, transfers of technologies don't happen that easily in space. They also don't happen in nuclear technology. There's a good reason why. These are extremely strategic, even compared to the conventional defense equipment, because defense equipment is a big, roaring worldwide market. People want to sell. It doesn't mean they're transferring all technologies. Technologies get transferred very, very sparingly. In space and in atomic nuclear technology, it's even less so. Anybody who's reached there would like to either deny the others or prevent others from getting there. That's where your power lies. Okay, so it's plain and simple there that these form elite clubs, and these elite clubs will ordinarily not share technologies.
To what you said, if not sharing the technology, but just like the examples of what I've given, the Rafale and the Russian, Make in India also enables the country. We can have auxiliary units, coming in, the international deals happening, FDI, the Indian government is actually...
Right, and that is being attempted. Do you know how long it has been since the Rafale deal was signed? Do you know practically how much of the offsets have happened? And there are many stories that I'm not at liberty to necessarily share here, but it's simply not as easy as it appears on paper. And we've had reason to penalize the OEMs for inability, for them to bring the offsets here and to get us to do it. So penal clauses have been applied. That's in the open domain, so it's okay. Any thoughts, anybody? Was the day useful?
Hello everyone. My name is Saurabh. First of all, I want to thank to bring the space ecosystem to the ground to InSpace and T-Hub for the wonderful session. My background is I'm doing a research. I'm from research scholar from IIIT Hyderbad in flexible robotics. And I also work with Highliner Technologies, which is our mission is to bring nuclear reactor in space. Apart from that, when I'm mentioning that flexible robotics, so I want to bring, I think Sir is also working on the space debris. I have a robotic solutions on planetary explorations, which will be very lightweight, and in a rocket you have a very small size and you expand. So I want to understand the idea from the VCs and the InSpace all ecosystem that how you see to motivate and invest in this kind of product or solutions, which is taking time, because deep space industries or deep space solutions will take some time for 5 to 10 years. How much that patience and innovation for investment will be there for the entire ecosystem? Thank you.
If I can, if I can add, if you see a lot of companies that are valued at, say, 100 million plus in India now, in the space sector, when they first went to raise their seed round, the target was at least 5, 7, 8 years away. You talk of Agnikul, Skyroot. So when you have something that is such a long milestone, you got to explain to the investor that I will achieve so much from the money that you're giving me. And then in the journey, I will raise more money, and I'll raise more money at higher valuations, right? So just wearing the investor hat, the investor is concerned with, okay, if he gives you X money today, will you make it 10X in 2, 3 years, 5 years, right? So depending on the sector. So I think that clarity of vision has to be there. It's not easy to have it day one, but what I'm trying to say is The investor who's coming in the seed round is not saying, I will stay with you till you make it into $1 billion business. That may be 10, 15 years later. But they may come for a 5-year journey, 7-year journey, and then you have to keep scaling the business. That's in your hands. And then you have to be able to explain complex business to the investor in a simple way. Right now, due to all the efforts of InSpace and Coatsir here, people are getting a better understanding. But still, there's so much to understand in the space sector. So like now you may have 10, 15 investors in India who really understand space. That's still a small number, but at least those people understand space. Others who are doing only consumer, if you go and pitch to them, they will not understand this. So also knowing who to, approach, who to pitch, who to take guidance from, I think that plays a role so that you're optimizing your time. Otherwise, you can keep running around trying to raise money and, not go anywhere. So I'm just saying, like, don't think of it as, okay, I have to get there, it'll take 15 years. If you tell that to the investor, he'll say, okay, then maybe this is not our bet. So you need to...
See you after 15 years.
Yeah.
My simple prescription for this is, government will do the enablement. Okay, the government seized of the opportunity as well as of the problems. The investors will bring in the money. You'll have to bring in the motivation and the technical skill. Okay, you'll have to motivate the investor to part with his money. Okay.
There has to be tangible, like, milestones you need to set, right? Like, it can't be vague. Like, with this money, I will get here. And by the time I get there, I'll raise another round of $1 million to $3 million. Once I get there, I'll raise a round of 10, 15 million. So as bigger and bigger rounds are raised, the valuation is also going up. So that motivates the early guy saying, okay, in 5 years, okay, I can make some money and possibly take partial exit, keep partial amount invested and then stay in for the long journey. But family office is another class of investors. India is, as the top of the pyramid is becoming stronger. Maybe there are 300, 400 family offices in India. So they invest in VCs as LPs, but they also like to take direct bets. And so once they get a flavor of space is a good sector, if you reach out to the right investors, they may be willing to come in and they can be much more patient investors.
Okay, I think...
Yeah. Sir, India today has a lot of capital, sir. There's no dearth of capital. But the real question India should ask is, how do we build world-class founders? Founders are what India needs today, sir. So for that, I go back to my earlier question. How do we reimagine the education in our education institutions? How do we establish institutions like Stanford, UC Berkeley, where the culture of innovation, problem solving, and entrepreneurship is nurtured right at that young age? Sorry to say this, sir, but most of the current education model in educational institutions is irrelevant. I had a conversation one-on-one with Kamakoti sir, the director of IIT Madras, and the way they started reshaping the entire IIT Madras as an ecosystem. They have a pre-incubation program. For that matter, in their first year, they only focus on problem solving and innovation, not entrepreneurship. No pressure of commercialization, nothing. Just the joy of building solutions for problems. In the second year, it's a mandatory course on entrepreneurship, followed by a deeper course in the following up year. With industry collaboration, we all know the story of Research Park. The pool created a fund of 350 CR and they invested since 2010. And today the valuation of all the startups, it goes to 50,000 crores. So...
See, both the aspiration that you frame here, as well as what people have already done within the country. I think those are great starts. If you're talking about UC Berkeley, if you're talking about Stanford, or you're talking about any of those, schools, they have like a 50, 60-year heritage. Okay, ours is 10 years old. So we'll have to be patient. Okay, things will change. Okay, it's going to take time. It's up to people sitting here to accelerate the whole process, right? Because all of this is in the hands of those academic institutions, which are autonomous. They're their own masters. Nobody can be forced to do anything that they don't want to do. Okay. So, but I think the value that these, people like IIT Madras or people like several other universities, BITS Pilani. Yeah. So I think there are some of these, institutions which have kind of set the ball rolling. Right? So we'll just have to be, like we're looking for patient capital, we're looking for impatient academics. Right? We need to be in a hurry. We need to be dissatisfied with what we're doing. Right? To know to set.
India doesn't have the luxury of time.
The kind of demographic dividend we have, massively we have to inspire them, build ecosystems, nurture them, sir. Time is ticking and
you're
can't be
absolutely
a better
right.
time for India than this. And entire world is looking at India. Given the geopolitical situation, the dynamics and all, everyone is rooting for India to succeed, and we want to retain the talent in India and help them build global products. Yeah.
Can't agree more with you. Okay, last comment, the gentleman behind. Can we keep it quick?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, this is Lakshmikant from ILA Innovations. So we developed the AI intelligent and integrated solution for the space and defense. So we have a IP and patent software and hardware with us, but we are still unable to expose our product in the space and defense area. And also due to this lack of exposure, we are unable to get the investor to get on board. We are a 8-year-old company. We are bootstrapped.
Okay. So your problem statement is?
So problem statement is we would like to have a platform where we showcase our product, so that can be enable us to be expand our journey.
Various ways of doing it, and yours is not a new or a unique problem statement. This is a struggle through which all the startups go at some point or the other, because there is no automatic mechanism to give people that visibility. There are, however, sites that are coming up. Is Cosmo Connect sitting here or gone? Okay, there's a company called Cosmo Connect which was here a little while ago. Okay, they're building a space marketplace kind of a website, about to be released very soon. InSpace has a similar project in mind. So all of these things will happen where you can, and there is also something like Sat Search. I don't know whether you're aware. You guys are on Sat Search?
As such.
Yeah. Well, I think we're out of time. My pilot is getting restless, so I need to be on my way. And so thank you all very much, and all of the people who are here till the bitter end. Thank you so very much. T-Hub, thank you so very much. Devi, can I request you to come and accept a little memento from InSpace? This for T-Hub. Thank you, everybody. It's been good. Spending the day with all of you. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I wanted to extend a warm gratitude to all of you who stayed back and contributed greatly to the session. Thank you so much, sir. As I told you, I think it's KRL 9, if not more. And I hope all the investors are very, very motivated to look at more founders like, all the founders that were here today and otherwise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry.